Oh, yeah, I hear you fine. Wait.
Should I be concerned that the mayor didn't respond?
He did to me just now. If I can hear you, I think he can.
He's ignoring me. He doesn't get to do that forever.
I'm here. I can hear you, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm good, Crystal. Thank you. How are you?
Doing well. And I logged on and I was kind of freaking out because I couldn't hear the assembly chambers either. So I think that their mics just aren't on at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're muted on Zoom right now or not. Apparently not, because you looked up at me when I started talking, so.
And which daughter? Is it the 5th grade daughter who spells lazy like that?
Yep. So you got work to do. And I don't know how to change that.
Go to the 3 dots by your name board.
Okay, gotcha.
And you can rename, so you can be like Super Dad or Assembly Hero. Or...
There we go. Thanks for that. Figure you've got a little experience with it these days.
Yeah, not so much Zoom. We use a different platform for the schools, but yeah, there's been plenty of time online, which I'm grateful for, that we have that option.
And then Kevin Mosier, since I can't see you this evening, make sure you jump in and get your voice heard if you do need it this evening.
Roger that. Thank you, sir.
All right, well, we've finally hit the golden 6 o'clock hour here, so I will go ahead and call the assembly meeting of Tuesday, November 24th, 2020 to order. Please join me for a flag salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation,
under God,
Under God,
with
liberty and justice
complete
for all.
justice for all.
Sarah, roll call.
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Present.
Mr. Christensen,
Here?
Ms. Nelson,
Here.
Mr. Knox,
Here.
Mr. Mosier,
Here.
Ms. Duncan,
Here.
and Ms. Himschoot.
Here.
Thank you. And for those that are watching at home, Kevin Mosier is present with us. He just doesn't have video this evening. So he is present and will be part of the meeting tonight. Correspondence agenda changes. Does anybody have any? All right, moving on to ceremonial matters. We do have a proclamation for Small Business Saturday. It's very important but very lengthy, so bear with me as I read through this one. Whereas the City and Borough of Sitka, Alaska celebrates our local small businesses and the contribution they make to our local economy and community. According to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 31.7 million small businesses in the United States, and they represent 99.9% of all firms with paid employees in the United States and are responsible for 65.1% of net new jobs created from 2000 to 2019. And whereas small businesses employ 47.1% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, 62% of U.S. small businesses reported that they need to see consumer spending return to pre-COVID levels by the end of 2020 in order to stay in business. 65% of U.S. small business owners said it would be most helpful to have their regulars return and start making purchases again. And 3/4 of U.S. consumers are currently looking for ways to shop small and support their local community. And whereas 96% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday agree that shopping at small, independently owned businesses supports their commitment to making purchases that have a positive social, economic, and environmental impact. And 90% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday agree that small businesses are essential to their community. And whereas 95% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday reported the day makes them want to shop or eat at small, independently owned businesses all year long, not just during the holiday season. And whereas the City and Borough of Sitka supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, the Assembly of the City and Borough of Sitka Alaska does hereby proclaim November 28th, 2020 as Small Business Saturday and urges the residents of Sitka communities and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. And I think that's even more important this year, most definitely. If people can look local first before they look outside, I think that would be a great help to many of our businesses that are struggling. And I think that's not only in Sitka, but that's nationwide this year. So very important day, Small Business Saturday is this year. All right, moving on to special reports, and we do have 4 scheduled. Is there anybody in the audience tonight under special reports that has not checked in with Sarah yet? Okay, awesome. So we'll start with a couple telephonic, and then we'll move on to there are 2 presentations from people in the audience. So, Sarah, if we could get them on the line, please. Thank you.
this is Amy.
Hi, Amy. It's Sarah calling from the Assembly meeting. We are at special reports, and it's your opportunity to present.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. This is Amy Morrison, Sitka School Board President, and just wanted to give you guys an update tonight on where things are at with the schools. First and foremost, I do want to thank the Assembly for the resolution that you guys passed a couple of weeks ago, and just your support of the schools and enacting some procedures and policies here in town that will hopefully help to get our school buildings reopened. I'm sure most of you know that right now all of our buildings except for Baranoff Elementary have closed, and they're all doing remote learning right now. We were able to get Baranoff reopened for kindergarten and first grade, and that has actually gone really well. So we're hoping that we can get the other schools open here shortly. There is a survey going out this week to families and staff, and hopefully within the next few days, then the administrative team will look at the results of the survey and then decide where to go from there. But at this point, all schools will remain virtual, again, other than Baranoff, through next week, through December 4th. And then based on the results of the survey, the decision will be made what to do starting with Monday, December 7th. Just also wanted to report that we did have a couple of work sessions last week regarding the superintendent search and beginning the strategic planning process. And those are a couple things that are going to be on our agenda for our regular school board meeting next week on December 2nd. So those are kind of the main things going on right now that I wanted to just kind of give you guys an update on. And if anyone has any questions, I think I can take them if I can hear them.
And I'm not seeing any, but thank you for your report this evening.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor.
We've got one more telephonic, and then, let's see, then it'll be Chamber of Commerce after.
Okay, and the next will be Steve Bethune with Fish and Game.
This is Steve.
Hi, Steve. It's Sarah calling from the Assembly meeting. We're at special reports, and it's your opportunity to present.
Great, thank you very much. So this is Steve Bethune. I'm the local wildlife biologist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Before you guys get down to some more pressing issues, I thought you might be interested in an update on the current brown bear situation in Sitka and make myself available if you have any questions. Much of what I will discuss was also covered in a Sitka Sentinel article published today, and I encourage you all to read that if you haven't already. With some new Assembly members, and as a refresher to the rest of you, I want to remind you that Sitka does have a bear attraction nuisance ordinance. It's located in Title IX of the General Code. The Assembly, Sitka Police Department, Fish and Game, and the City Attorney worked together to update and clarify this ordinance in May of 2017 to make it more enforceable. The main teeth of the ordinance is the prohibition on putting your trash out prior to 4 a.m. on the morning of garbage pickup day. Improper garbage handling is the main reason for the vast majority of all the bear issues Sitka deals with. If human-generated food waste were not available to bears, they would be much less likely to frequent our neighborhoods. Education and outreach are part of the solution, but having a tool to keep people accountable who decide not to conduct best practices is also essential. Thankfully, the Sitka Police Department has been willing to enforce the bear ordinance, and because they do, Sitka has had significantly fewer problems than other Southeast Alaska towns. Compared to Haines and Juneau, where 26 and 13 bears respectively have been killed under defensive life and property regulations this year, Sitka has done very well. Sitka PD has issued 49 citations this year since July 1st. Everyone who was cited received education and a warning first. Occasionally, I hear rumors that citizens may propose to you the elimination of this ordinance. If that ever comes before you, I will strongly discourage you from doing so. Bear activity across Southeast has been higher than average this year. Biologists point to poor salmon runs and meager berry crops as reasons bears have been more bold in seeking out food resources in urban areas. In Sitka, a contributing factor may have been the lack of a tourist season, which resulted in few visitors to Totem Park. This may have allowed more bears to use Indian River during the salmon run and subsequently resulted in more bears in town when that run ended. To date, myself, Sitka Police, and the Alaska State Troopers have dispatched 4 bears out of public safety concerns, including what we believe to be the bear that killed a dog in a predatory attack earlier this month. Of the bears dispatched, 3 were males and 1 is unknown, having been wounded and not recovered. In addition, the police department has spent countless man-hours responding to bear calls and hazing bears from residential neighborhoods. I participated in several nights of ride-alongs with the police and can attest that on some nights, bear patrol is all the officers do. Currently, I think there are 4 bears using Sitka, although it is difficult to know for sure. These include a sow with cub out Sawmill Creek Road in the Shotgun Alley area, a lone adult hitting the neighborhoods near the high school, and what appears to be an orphan cub of the year in the Price Street area. It's speculated that the wounded and lost bear may have been the sow associated with this cub. In my professional opinion, none of these bears that are still out pose an imminent threat to public safety, although myself and law enforcement personnel will continue to monitor and take appropriate action should that change. We are on the downhill side of the bell curve of average brown bear denning dates, so hopefully bear activity will cease in the very near future. In the meantime, Sitkans need to remain vigilant about trash handling. If you have livestock, it needs to be secured behind an electric fence. Hunters should be very cautious about hanging deer carcasses outside overnight. And please let Fish and Game know if you have public safety concerns, such as bears acting aggressively, or if you need help coming up with creative trash handling strategies. I'm also available to dispel all the latest rumors going around town about anything related to local bear issues. Thank you, and I can take questions if any of you have any.
Great, thank you for your presentation this evening.
You bet.
All right, that brings us to the Greater Sitka Chamber of Commerce and Visit Sitka. And the Assembly did receive some information in their packet on this one. Good evening, and please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mayor Eisenbeis and Assembly members. I am Rachel Roy. I'm the Executive Director of the Greater Sitka Chamber of Commerce and Visit Sitka.
And I'm Laurie Boysa, the Director of Visit Sitka. And we would like to ask that you hold your questions until the end. So the first thing we wanted to share with you is that our visitor center is open. We're open every day, Monday through Friday, from 10 to 4. We did reopen on July 1st to the public after COVIDizing the building and being closed since March. In the period between July and September, we had 279 signed-in guests from 28 states. 18% of the visitors were in-state visitors, which is exciting that people are coming here from other parts of the state to vacation. We did have 2 volunteers that worked this summer, and they provided 118 hours of support. Our staff this summer acted as a point of contact via phone and email for COVID travel information and mandate questions. So we stayed as up to date as possible on protocols, and we are still getting those calls. We're also still distributing our visitor guides via mail in various locations around the city and at our visitor center. So folks can still pick up visitor guides to send to friends and family, or if your friends and family want a guide mailed directly to them, they just go to our website, put that information in, and we'll send it directly to them from visitsitka.org. Now, with the changes in the programming due to COVID, we have reallocated resources from consumer trade shows and other shows like C-Trade to other programs. And one of the things that a lot of the destination marketing organizations and the Convention and Visitors Bureaus have refocused their attention on during these times has been modifying and creating collateral that matches the new post-COVID worldview. So we've been working on collateral development and modification as well. We're in the final weeks of creating our Visit Sitka official visitors guide for 2021 and 22. We are focusing on the ways that Sitka can fulfill the post-COVID travel needs of safety, privacy, and still having adventure. We've also been focusing on creating an updated photo library. We've been capturing images of people with and without masks, so we can share that information. And one of the big projects we worked on this summer was we worked on a long-anticipated video project, which I'm going to let Rachel tell you about.
Great. Thanks, Lori. So this summer we were able to host Driven Equation, and you may have heard from them in the past. It is Helena and Raphael, and they are a production company out of Los Angeles. And because of the shifting demands on their time, they were able to dedicate 2 full weeks to come up to Sitka, spend some time here, and direct and produce video content for us. We brought a film crew from Anchorage and partnered with many local businesses, attractions, and also our restaurants, and created video content that we haven't had fresh video content to this extent in years. It's really exciting. We were able to work, so this company is also the production company that has been working on the Sitka TV show. And the Sitka TV show is planned to be an 8 episode series that has been in the works for 2 years. We hosted their writer here, and we were able to kind of share more experiences and have him, he was here for 10 days, I believe, and just experience Sitka, get out on the water, get into as much as we were able to during COVID summer. But as part of that, they were able to also shoot the trailer, material for the trailer that will then allow them to go and work on selling the series to a network, which would then kind of work into the next phases, which would be looking at timing and scheduling that additional filming to happen. The video that we will be able to share soon, they're just in their final stages. We have a city attractions video, culture and history, fishing and wilderness, one on the Sitka's food scene, and then meetings and conventions. And it was just awesome how many, I think we took up a whole page of thank yous for all the different businesses that helped partner with to make that happen, and 5 days of shooting. So it was really an awesome project that we were able to put forward this year.
So the other exciting thing we have going on right now is that we have an Alaska Fellow again this year. And her name is Madison Tebby. She is from Houston, Texas, and she's working with us for the next 9 months, working on creating an expanded meetings and conventions planning guide, a digital online toolkit for planners, updated collateral and resources to help grow our meetings and conventions program as we are able to start meeting again.
Well, and it's okay. Are they competing? We'll try to turn them off. We also supported Whale Fest, which was held virtually this year, which was so exciting. The momentum that event brings to our community every year. They hosted it as if it was held in Sitka, and had a traditional welcome, included pieces of Sitka, so we were still able to have that exposure as a convention destination. I attended sessions with over 150 people from across the U.S., and so that was a real good success. We're also supporting the virtual art walk as a Visit Sitka project. So.
And the other thing that we obviously have on our radar is cruise line activity. So the 2021 cruise line calendar is available now. Anyone can go and access it. You go to claalaska.com and you can check out the calendars for the ports all across Alaska, but specifically you can check out Sitka's calendar. Currently, the cruise lines have planned full schedules. They are already selling cruises into the summer, and they are anticipating having as close to normal schedules as they can. So you'll see the schedule that's live right now is very robust. Right now, I'm a member of a Return to Cruising work group that's sponsored by the Alaska Travel Industry Association. I'm representing Sitka on that group. And it's a small group of destination marketing organizations and convention and visitors bureaus, as well as port managers who are meeting weekly and are working together to create a positive and successful response to future protocol needs when the cruise ships return to Alaska. Now, individual communities are also putting together local subcommittees, and these are being led by local destination marketing organizations and convention and visitors bureaus to bring together local stakeholders. And we are currently working on creating this subcommittee, and we will begin meeting after the Thanksgiving holiday. We've also been in contact with representatives of the Royal Caribbean cruise lines, which represents Royal Caribbean Celebrity and a couple of other cruise lines. And we're working with them to create a positive relationship as Royal Caribbean and Celebrity are planning on returning to Sitka this upcoming summer. And right now, the majority of our marketing efforts have gone into engaging and interacting with independent travelers. That's who we're really focused on. And do you want to go ahead and talk a little bit about independent travelers?
Sure. Ways that we are reaching those independent travelers is that we are running our social media marketing campaign, and we have both Instagram and Facebook, and we provided some information in the written report on how we're doing on that. It's been great to see that program grow and the big response from the community. We are running a photo contest. If you're interested in submitting your photos, high resolutions, we can get you involved in our marketing and maybe get you in the visitor guide. We've been sending out those visitor guides and actually reached out to our 2019 requests because a lot of them had to change their plans for 2020. So our visitor guides are getting into the hands of those folks that are dreaming and looking at planning to come in 2021.
And that's about what we have to share with you right now. So we're happy to answer your questions.
Yeah, that'd be very exciting if cruise ships did come as normal. Long time in between now and then, though, so we'll see. But thank you for keeping up on that, and thank you for the Visit Sitka newsletter that's been coming out. I think it's been most informative, and so hopefully everybody who receives that gets at least a little bit out of it, because there's plenty of information. So thank you very much. And then the electric department. Good evening, and the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Assembly for giving me the opportunity to come and share a little bit with what we've got going on in the electric department. I've had a package that went out along with this presentation here, so hopefully you've got a copy of that with you. A couple of things I'd like to bring up right out of the chute is just that the Main Street project that we've been funding and working on for some time is very near completion, In fact, it's basically at an energized state now. We are just a couple weeks probably away from transferring all the load. The folks here in Sitka probably don't know that most of them have already been on the new transformer at one time during our commissioning. So it is up and functional if there was a failure on the old yard. Also, I'd like to kind of put out that we have our contract is in place and our contractor is preparing to mob on site in the spring for the Green Lake Phase 1 work. We're very excited about that, and then that is also kind of the kickoff for the Phase 2, Phase 3 Green Lake work that needs to come about. With that, on the first page that I have in the handout, I kind of have some work focus here. One of the things that I've got right up front is preventative maintenance. First line, preventative maintenance planning, asset tracking, life cycle costs, and planned replacement. Some of this is management that seems kind of boring, but in the end, it's really management that we have not been doing as good a job with as we should be. And so that's going to be a focus in the future. Here just recently, in the application for a USDA loan, we were put on the spot with some information that we did not have readily accessible because we haven't done a very good job tracking our maintenance. As we move forward and as we become a more regulated entity, and as we look to incorporating federal funding in some of the things we do, we've got to be able to have some of that asset tracking available to us. Like anything else, when we start a new program, it's going to take some effort getting going. So anyhow, just wanted to put that bug in your ear because we'll probably be talking about it in the future. Also under that work focus, we've got managed contracts, recruitment and retention, technical information management. So in that, we're talking about updating files and drawings. Continuing with the updating of the 10-year capital plan and implementation. Regulatory compliance and developing a long-term load-based generation expansion plan. That's another good one I'd like to talk about just briefly. In the past, we've been through this cycle where Sitka's grown and we haven't looked toward the horizon at what we're going to do for our next step. And in the end, that ends up being large costs, typically loans like our Blue Lake expansion. And we need to be looking down the road now. This isn't a sky is falling. This isn't something that we've got to be reactionary with, but now's the time to plan for our future, down the road. And so we're kind of looking at different opportunities that we have there. Some of our challenges is growing our capital fund. Put a bullet point on here. Pulled a recent article that shows that construction costs are increasing at 2 times the consumer price index. One of our desires with our rates is to keep up with the consumer price index. One of the slides we'll get to here in a minute shows that over a 38-year period, if we had maintained a small increase each year with the consumer price index, we would have essentially put $88 million into our capital fund over that 38 years. And as we have increased rates, we don't want to increase anything drastically. We want to simply keep up with the consumer price index so that we can put money into our system and have a good, reliable system and money set aside for future expansion in the end. So we've got some of our challenges are planning and funding capital and future projects, retirements, knowledge leaving our department, reactive work due to old infrastructures, regulations and compliance, external overhead costs, basic fact that Sitka is an island and not part of a grid. And if that were to change, there's been discussions that if we were to hook up with other utilities via large cable crossings, we would actually incur more regulatory compliance through other organizations. So there's a cost there if we were to ever do that. Search, we're kind of excited to see that search is a future load for us and could present some revenue that is very much needed, but it also causes us to focus on that long-term horizon and see where the next step of generation would be coming from. The addition of the search at the current at the current utilization that they're planning for, would take us about 10 years off of our planned growth. We've got about 30 years worth of growth capacity with the new Blue Lake expansion. If Search comes in with the loads that they expect on the hospital, that cuts us down to roughly 20. And so we've got 20 years to figure out where we're going to generate power from to keep up with growth in 20 years. And then a little bullet note there, island power is very expensive, and so we need to watch what we do about expanding onto islands in the future. The next slide shows Sitka rates compared to other rates in Alaska. So municipally owned utilities in Alaska, this is off of the U.S. Energy Information Administration site. Municipal owned utilities in Alaska are on average higher than we are. Utilities with hydro are typically higher rates than we are. And then of course the average price per kilowatt in Alaska in general is 23.75 cents per kilowatt, and that's communities over 700. The slide that I mentioned earlier is on the next page, and it shows that $88 million, which is foregone by not keeping up our rates with the consumer price index. Also on that page is a graph showing median household income in Sitka increasing with CPI, and those two lines basically show the story of that we are keeping up with wages compared to CPI in Sitka. Electric department finance, we can go through the next slide there. We've got 25 full-time personnel in our shop there, and we've got 6 relief operators. Our operating expenses for FY20 are $8.4 million. FY20 principal and interest payments for debts are $7.9 million. So our total annual expense is $16.3, and in order to keep up with our bond covenants, the total revenues need to be at $16.9 million, almost $17 million. I was asked to keep it under 10 minutes, so if if you would like, we can cut it over for some questions and answers.
Yeah, great. And then I encourage the assembly to continue reading into some of the key distribution, transmission, and generation challenges. I think that's a great outlook on what we need to be looking forward to in the next, in the near and long-term future. So thank you for providing that as well.
I see Kevin has his hand up.
Mr. Knox?
I was wondering if you wouldn't mind talking to a little bit of the planned growth or the other challenges that we might be facing down the road. You know, you talked a little bit about Search with their load coming on, reducing the longevity of the current plan right now. But are there some other things that you are specifically looking at that you might want to talk about now, or is this, you know, are we just kind of in the idea stage? And then with regard to Search and their planned expansions, are we, what kind of leverage do we have at the table to work with Search in finding efficiencies or, you know, generating additional capacity within our plan? Are we able to bring things to the table that would be helpful for them, and are they able to come to the table with you know, ideas or plans that will help with our long-term longevity there?
So I took 2 questions out of that. You asked what are some of the other key transmission challenges. For me, one of my concerns is the Thimbleberry 69 kV line that goes from essentially Blue Lake up over the top of Thimbleberry and down just past the Thimbleberry area there. That line is not easily accessible in the wintertime. The line has several poles that probably should be replaced, and we are planning pole replacement. However, in case of a slide or a failure on that line in the wintertime due to its remoteness, it's going to be a long delay before we're able to fix that. So I have concerns with that. I would like to get that power line out around the Silver Bay area, coming around the road where we can access that in the wintertime. When you consider the reasons behind that, we have one distribution line coming from Green Lake, past Blue Lake, and all the way into the Jarvis and the Marine Street subs. That's our artery. We don't have a spare, and so when it goes down, everybody kind of goes dark. And so to add some sort of reliability or possibly redundancy with a parallel feed there would help us out drastically. So that's one of my concerns and one of the areas we should be focused in. You mentioned search. There's a lot of negotiation and discussions going on at the table. As a city entity, we want to do anything we can to help them out as far as working with them and promoting them. As far as some of our regulations in funding, Search has their needs that they need to come up with as far as their building costs and designs, which are still kind of underway. We also have our code on what we're, fiscally capable of doing for them. And then as far as what kind of things are we doing to help them out? Well, one of the things we've done, we just got done, with the with the Marine Street substation. And that's roughly a $6 million expansion. And when we consider a $6 million rebuild and expansion, so that substation is also going to have redundancy. We have the old substation there that we can now maintain. We were not able to maintain that station for quite a number of years because it's the only one. Taking it down puts everybody in the dark. Nobody likes to be in the dark. And now we have two stations there that we can rotate on and off in order to do maintenance. The $6 million improvement, also we added an extra breaker for a new circuit. And that circuit is, while it was put up for CBS to utilize for growth, can be used for Search Hospital's new circuit if they choose to do that. And again, that's a $1 million investment. Search is good partners. We're glad to have them in the community. They would also be purchasing power, so it would put money back into the funds of the electric department to continue to build and maintain in the future.
Scott, thank you, and I want to reiterate that it's extremely important that that Marine Street substation is critically important, and it was a $6 million investment, created those 6 breakers, and one of those is dedicated to serve, or can be dedicated to serve Japonski, and that was a $6 million city investment.
And Kevin, did you have something else? I think we spoke over you there.
No, it's all right. Yeah, I know the Thimbleberry line has been something that's been a priority for the electric department for a number of years, ever since I've been on the assembly. And I would agree that having that redundancy there would be a key piece of that system. And look forward to hearing more about plans on moving that forward at some point in the future. I think the piece that we are hearing a little bit about from people in the community about the search piece is that there's all kinds of opportunities there for the city and search to partner together to be innovative with their consumption. While it would be great to have them buying a lot of power from us, obviously, because that helps keep everybody's rates low. It's also something that we don't want to take our long plan down too much either. So, because we all know that additional capacity coming online is going to be a major expense if we have to undertake, or when we have to undertake it, because it is there on the horizon. But cutting out 10 years, it's a little bit on the scary side.
So, thank you, Mr. Knox. Just to add into what you said, I know that Search is still working on their plans and designs, and so I don't want to speak for Search. We've recently started some weekly meetings with them in some of these discussions, and so we're having some good positive discussion there. I know that one of the things that they are considering, they're looking at doing a LEED certified building, which means very energy efficient. Again, I cannot speak to the detail because I'm not sure where they're at with that, but in that energy efficient building package, they would likely have efficient heat pumps and heat utilization, generally a very energy efficient shell and other things to limit the load on that hospital as well. And so I would encourage them in all those designs as well. Is there anything else?
Anything else this evening for our electric department? Great. Thank you for your time this evening and the presentation. All right, this will bring us to persons to be heard. This is public for participation for any item not on tonight's agenda. Is there anyone who would like to address the assembly? We will have at least, there's just one telephonic, Sarah? Okay. Good evening. If you could state your name for the record.
Hi, Gary White with the Sick Economic Development Association. Just want to stop by and share some numbers here. I've been on a number of teleconferences in the past few days and looking at some reports that have come out. And this is basically information that's been pulled out of a Southeast Conference report requesting that the governor declare a national, I'm sorry, not a national, but an economic disaster for Southeast Alaska. And then I sit on a monthly conference with a bunch of economic developers around the region. And this is some of the numbers that came out of the Small Business Development Center up in Anchorage. So basically, over the summer, the Department of Labor has suggested that Alaska has lost 38,000 jobs year over year, from September 19 to September of this year. On Southeast Alaska, that's 7,000 jobs. It's about 17% of the workforce has been put out of work. And of those numbers, about 27%, I'm sorry, a majority of those jobs came out of the lower income wage of people that are making less than $27,000 a year annually. The small business, they're projecting that in Alaska, 13% of businesses have gone out of business already, and they're done for good. In Southeast Alaska, we're estimating that is at 25%. Nationwide, air travel is down 58%. In Southeast Alaska, it's been 72% this summer. Hotels have seen a decrease in 24% of revenues. Alaska restaurants and other small retail businesses have also seen a drop of 59%. And those numbers kind of correlate to some of the downtown businesses that I've stopped in and talked to, that they're seeing a pretty steep drop in revenue this year, and mainly due to the loss of the tourists. If we look at the loss of the tourists, we what did I put that? I don't think I put it on this. Let's see. Tourism's down, of course, 100%. We lost 100% of our cruise ship passengers, and we've probably lost 72% of the people coming in on the planes, which correlates to the airfare numbers. Most businesses on the statewide level and the local level don't see any hope coming in the future because there's no stimulus coming. There's those numbers included a stimulus coming. Fish processing. The fish processors lost about 28% of their jobs, and they saw a 50% drop in their revenues year over year in the harvest value. Majority of that came from the chums. And I'll do this real quick here. The point of this is Amazon at the same time saw a 60% increase in their revenues. They saw their net profit double, go from $2.6 billion to $5.2 billion for the second quarter. Walmart saw their e-commerce go up 97%. With their net profit increasing from $3.6 billion to $6.4 billion. That's about 72% or 79% increase over the second quarter. And Alaska has seen about a 13% growth in online sales. And so the message is for anybody that's going to shop here in the next week here for the big holiday weekend is please shop local. Our businesses really need it. Amazon's and Walmart's, they're doing just fine. But our local communities need local dollars injected in it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Gary. And if in the future, if you do need more time, we're always happy to hear from CETA. Just schedule it with Sarah and you can get some additional time under special reports. Thank you. Anyone else from the public not on the agenda tonight? Please.
Richard Ween. And in part, some of the things I was going to say actually will be echoing Gary White, in that it is interesting that we have a proclamation for small businesses. And around this state, as we heard, around the city, as we know, and also around the country, small businesses have been taking a beating. And so this is very serious in that so many of those businesses are permanently gone. Gary mentioned the increase in certain particular businesses which are doing well. And believe it or not, in my profession, things like Teladoc, you can go look it up on the stock exchange, are going crazy because telemedicine is just exploding and everybody has a way of monetizing all of these things. But let's get back to the electric department. If you didn't read between the lines in the electric department, they have a lot of work that they need to do. And a lot of that work is deferred, as a lot of things are in Sitka. And what is going to happen is that it's going to cost. And I'm afraid it's going to be a little more than keeping up with the consumer price index. And so people better hold on to their hats as we try to fund all these things. The Thimbleberry bypass is something that's been talked about and is a very expensive thing, but yet the cost has not been spoken of. Another thing in the news is AML is raising their rates 5%. And as it turns out, 95% of our goods are transported through barge. And it was mentioned kindly that Sampson is looking into this, but my guess is that they also will follow suit. And when we all talk about affordable housing, which is on everyone's tongues, it is these 5%, 2%, 8% increases which are incredible. And just dealing with some numbers, you have to hear that Mr. Elder mentioned that it's $8.4 million operating costs, but it's 7.9 debt service. So you have to earn $16 million in order to pay. And so there are a lot of things going on, and there are going to be a lot of hard decisions which are going to have to be made, even if all of tourism comes back. And I feel that we need, again, to have the conversation about where Sitka is going and how we can best utilize this to our advantage. And we need to put everything into context with all of these costs. We just can't hear a little here, a little there. We really need something like Gary White to put together just an overall Sitka cost realism, and we need to face this head on. And thank you.
Yes, thank you for your comments this evening.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Assembly. I'm Rachel Roy, Executive Director of the Chamber and Visit Sitka. And I just wanted to give a chamber update that wasn't related to our contract update. We came together as a downtown business community and hosted the Halloween downtown trick-or-treating event. We followed protocols that were in place to have mask wearing and candy distribution out in the street. And I just want to thank the Unified Command for their support, and I felt that the process was really helpful and cohesive. The children in blazing sideways rain came out, but you could see smiling eyes behind those those masks. So thank you to everyone that contributed and all the community members that donated candy for that event. We are holding our usual in-person chamber lunches as a virtual series, and it's the fall speaker series. We will continue our meetings in December. December 2nd, we will have Scott Haberstad from Alaska Airlines, and so we'll hear more about what's happening with the airlines and also hear about the trends that happened this summer. On December 9th, we'll hear from Paul Kraft. He's our new Sitka campus director from the University of Alaska Southeast. And on the 16th, we'll have a virtual open house for chamber members. I've been missing everyone's faces, so we're gonna just have an open forum for folks to interact. I have been in conversations and working with the city planning department on a Sitka COVID conscious business program to help support and encourage businesses, and also I think connecting them with resources that are out there. The Shop Local tax-free holiday is this weekend, and I just thank the Assembly for approving that with Friday, Black Friday, and Small Business Saturday. As you heard in the proclamation, it's just a really, really important time to get down into our community. You can order ahead of time and pick up this coming weekend, get it curbside, eat local seafood, and just definitely support those businesses. Our usual Holiday Lights contest has a new name with the Share Your Spark program and the success of that over the 4th of July holiday. We'll be bringing that together with encouraging our community to decorate for the holiday and then submit your photos to us. We'll be creating a map of homes so we can do it's a tradition at my house to go out and look at the Christmas lights, and so we can share those homes. Also taking selfies while you're shopping local and using our hashtag Shop Sitka Local, as well as acts of kindness and helping each other. I think it's really important this time of year that we do help each other, and sharing those moments just encourages us and keeps that Sitka spirit alive. So share your sparks this month coming up. So thank you for the time.
Great, thank you. Anyone else for persons to be heard? Sarah, if we could get that one person on the line, please. We do have one telephonic persons to be heard this evening.
And Mayor, after the telephonic, I'd like to speak as well as a persons to be heard.
Yes, we will. I will make a note of that again right here, and I'll make sure I call on you. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Karen. It's Sarah calling from the Assembly meeting. We're at persons to be heard for items off the agenda. It's your opportunity to speak. If you could state your name for the record, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay. All right. So my name is Karen Lucas. I am calling on behalf of... should I do it right now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Karen Lucas. I'm calling on behalf of the Alaska Native Brotherhood Camp 1 and Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 4. And we want to wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving and want to remind people that our dinner is happening at the Centennial Hall tomorrow, not Thanksgiving Day. And pickups are at noon and the deliveries will start at 1. And if you didn't get a chance to call in for a dinner, we're inviting people to swing by the Centennial at 5 o'clock. And I'm not saying we can promise that we'll have any food left, but we might. And so then people that haven't had a chance to sign up could swing by and pick up a dinner. So I just wanted to get the word out, and I appreciate your time.
Great, thank you for that reminder.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Mosier.
Yes, sir. So I'm speaking as a person to be heard. I had a member of the public ask me recently why I, at assembly meetings, am wearing a mask now as I wasn't when the pandemic started. And I told her I would think about it. And so I've decided to share that. First of all, I wasn't wearing them at assembly meetings is because there was virtually, there was hardly any cases. Now that the level has increased, I've decided, out of respect for those who are very worried about it, that if I cannot maintain 6 feet of space, I will wear a mask. I do believe that COVID is a real thing, and people who know me will know that I believe our society's reaction has been not as effective as it should be, and I believe that it is not as bad as some people think. Now, saying that, some people are going to hate me. It is deadly, but it's not. The reaction to it has not been helpful, and it should have been more strategic, and should be more strategic, protecting those most vulnerable. Now, having said all that, I do not judge people who do not feel the way I feel. I don't look down on them and think I'm superior. I just happened to see recently, past couple weeks, the fear and the concern in people's eyes, and I thought to myself that if I was that worried about something, I should try better to help them out. Having said all that, there are times when I have not, when I should have, and close to people who I know and I should have, and I'm going to work on that. Now, having said all that, and people will know when I go to the item that's later on in the meeting, this is not speaking directly to that, so I feel like I can say it. I am against the government use of forcing things, because I believe that it goes far beyond. It just sets us down a path we don't want to go. I am against government forcing of shutdowns, lockdowns, mask mandates, because in the end of the day, I do not think they will work. I do believe, however, that we should, and I do encourage people who may think that the way I think, that because of those reasons I listed before, that we should voluntarily wear masks when we cannot maintain 6 feet of distance, and basically common sense, and try to treat others with respect, even if we do not think something is quite as big of a deal as others. It doesn't matter. The fear is real. As someone said to me recently, a person's perspective is their reality. So I am a work in progress. I'm not perfect, but I'm trying to be more mindful, and I need to be more mindful of others' concerns. And again, though, I will say, I believe all this should be voluntary, because it's more effective anyways. And it brings a more positive, unifying solution anyways. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we'll move on to consent agenda. Is there a motion for the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Should I go forward?
Yes, please.
All right. I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of items A, B, and C.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda consisting of items A, B, and C. Item A is approving the minutes of the November 10th Assembly meeting. Item B is approving a liquor license renewal application for Ernie's Bar, Inc., DBA Ernie's Bar at 130 Lincoln Street. And item C, approve the acting administrator list for 2021. Melissa Haley, Michael Harmon, Scott Elder, and Sarah Peterson. Is there any public comment on any of these items? Back to the assembly for deliberation. Seeing none, Sarah?
Okay, the motion to approve the consent agenda consisting of items A, B, and C. Mayor Eisenbez?
Yes.
Ms. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Mr. Knox?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Himshoot?
Yes.
And Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0.
We will, right after this. Unfinished business, item D.
I move to approve ordinance 2020-52 on second and final reading, amending Title 2, Administration of the Sitka General Code, Chapter 2.04, City and Borough Assembly by amending Section 2.04.040, Committees.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the section committees, and this is final reading on this one. Is there any public comment? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to approve this ordinance on second and final reading, Mr. Knox?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Ms. Nelson?
Yes.
Ms. Himshoot?
Yes.
And Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item D.
Great, and it is the top of the hour, so we will take a 5-minute break before we get into new business. Thank you.
My meeting now. Oh.
All right, we're going to get going in just a second here. And Mr. Mosier, just so I'm aware, are you back?
Yes, I am. Thank you
Okay,
for asking.
perfect. Thank you. And Valerie, checking in with you. Are you on as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we're just waiting on Mr. Knox, and there he is. All right, so we will move on to new business, item E.
I move to approve emergency ordinance 2020-55 on first reading, limiting capacity at bars, all bars, restaurants, and other large gathering places, and providing guidance to mitigate the spread of COVID-19.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve this emergency ordinance. We will have public comment tonight on this one. There will be no time restrictions. However, I do ask that you are respectful to those who might not have the same point of view as you. Tonight, we're going to hear public comment on both sides. And just understand that the other side, while you might not agree with it, that is their truth as well, and that I ask that you be respectful to that point of view. Having said that, I will open this up to public comment for anyone who'd like to speak on this item tonight. And if you could state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jaylene Owen. In December of 2019, the impeachment of Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, was initiated. I pondered over the gravity of this situation, considering what it would mean for Americans' future, and more importantly, what it would mean for our youth as a nation in the upcoming months and years. A historical milestone, which undoubtedly, in my mind, was the beginning of a Cold War against the Christian principles that helped build this amazing country. Like every other red-blooded American, I pondered over what the next year and considered what possibilities the next decade had in store for our sleepy nation as we entered 2020. Were we entering the next antebellum period? Would this be the year of the Great Awakening? My mind raced over the infinite possibilities, for I have been mindfully aware of the evil deep state politicians which have reigned unchecked for decades and a patriotic plan set in motion by the Trump administration to finally flush them out. Remember, she was never supposed to lose, and he was never supposed to win. Then out of the depths, quiet whispers regarding the discovery of a novel coronavirus were announced. The global pandemic narrative took shape. Flatten the curve, save lives. Protect yourself from COVID-19 so that together we can slow the spread and prevent hospitals from becoming overwhelmed. Were you scared? I was. The fear of the unknown virus paralyzed the world as shelter-in-place orders and health mandates were hurled at us like saving graces offering permanent redemption. The term, quote unquote, the new normal was coined and thrust upon us as the only redeemable conclusion left for mankind, much like the newest term, the Great Reset. I struggled daily as I observed how our civil liberties and freedom have been obstructed by governmental overreach. I am shocked by how easily we the people have given up our rights and altered our way of life. At first glance, an acceptable sacrifice considering the frightening models which predicted massive death. But these models were wrong. So why are we still further supporting the transformation of our social, economic, and political systems to accommodate another round of extreme measures? It's unbelievable. In May, I wrote this assembly challenging each of its members to reflect upon the definition of the vulnerable populace. I asked our elected officials to consider if their quote-unquote save the world responses included in them the citizens who were susceptible to poverty, substance abuse, neglect, mental illness, domestic violence, child abuse, elderly abuse, and suicide.
as such extreme measures, which we have all encountered over this last year, would undoubtedly increase health disorders, addictions, overdoses, assaults, murders, and suicides, and these deaths would far outnumber the potential deaths caused by this virus. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Other people for persons to be heard? Please.
Good evening. My name is Richard Wien. I did read through this Ordinance 2020-55, and what happened was it created an incredible problem for me. And that problem was I was having 50 people over for Thanksgiving. And according to this ordinance, which will take place immediately, I now have the dubious distinction to have to choose who I am going to disinvite. And I say that as what's called reductio ab absurdum, because if you look at this, they speak of mitigation, and if you go through all of this, it's actually more of the same that we've seen, which actually has very little effect in mitigation or anything else. My point being, what is the difference between 50 and 49 in mitigation? I think that if we go over various points in this, we find that that there really is nothing substantive. And when you see that, what you see, I have to say, is virtue signaling. If you're going to do something real, it is very apparent. But with this, it is more verbiage. There's going to be enforcement, and it says penalties permitted by law under the state of Alaska health orders. Well, the way I kind of read it, and these fines were not mentioned, but that's $1,000 per offense. Interesting way to enforce it. And you can be criminally charged for reckless endangerment. And that would be a very interesting thing to try to litigate. And I would love to pick Brian Hansen's brain as to how that type of thing would be able to be proven. It says here about the bars and restaurants, but we have, 140 people who have tested positive. We have really no granular data as to what are the hot spots or not. I don't know whether the bars and restaurants are the hot spots, but I do know that there are some places in Sitka which are not included in here, which are hot spots. And I just think it is very interesting. I saw granular data from the state, which basically said healthcare providers are not getting COVID from their patients, they're bringing it in to the healthcare environment themselves. So what I would like to do is the people in Sitka, I think the restaurant owners already know how to approach these various things in, one more sentence, approach these various problems, and I would believe that they already have a handle on what to do. And I would recommend either going back, I've said this before, going back to the table and writing something substantive, or defeat it. So start again would be a better idea, because this don't work.
Great, thank you for your comments this evening.
Thank you for hearing me, and my name is Stuart Pook. I'm an addictions counselor and a pastor, and have lived in Sitka for over 20 years. It's an amazing place to live. So I want to thank the Assembly tonight for the opportunity to speak. I also want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for his grace over Sitka, and I want to thank the people of Sitka for their efforts in striving to keep the number of active cases of COVID and hospitalizations so extremely low. And I believe that's also your intent with this ordinance. But I come as a concerned citizen and as a Christian. I believe that to impose legal mandates that have been clearly shown to be unenforceable by their very nature, and that the number of exemptions and exceptions just to the mask rule, much less the distancing rules, would cause undue confrontations and deep misunderstandings in a community that is known for its ability and strength for working together and serving one another in humility in times of tragedy and challenge. I've seen that. As a pastor and an addictions counselor, I cannot overstate the importance of meeting others face to face. I cannot overstate the added trauma that isolation and fear produce in the soul of an individual, much less an entire community. I have no issue encouraging those who should wear masks to do so, but even there I must be careful because I do not know their medical conditions, and to demand an explanation would be forcing them to disclose federally protected and confidential health care information. Clearly a lose-lose for everyone involved. That is just one small example. Also, from the addiction side of what I do, brain science is replete with the evidence that joy is the greatest predicator of enduring suffering well, and we all suffer in this short life. The primary way we build resilient joy is by being together and reading each other's faces, expressions. Masks, mandatory masks, profoundly hinder this God-ordained means and capacity of communicating with one another. Of course, if ill, stay at home until healed. But my prayer and hope is that Sitka will take the high road and continue to serve one another as we are already doing, not out of fear and enforcement, but out of respect, compassion, and yes, love. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment this evening?
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Darrell Windsor, and after reading this ordinance, I just had a couple of thoughts. I don't know if most of you can remember what America was like 30 or 40 years ago, but since 9/11, our freedoms have been slowly taken away piece by piece by piece, little bit by little bit by little bit. And when I see an ordinance like this, I'm thinking, here's another little piece of our freedoms that are being taken away. Sure, it's temporary, but a lot of things are temporary. The Patriot Act was temporary, and we're still living under it. And the second thought I had is that we're not a bunch of kindergartners. We're all adults here in Sitka. I think we've kept it under control pretty well. I know the restaurants have been doing a fine job of distancing and keeping things off the tables and things like that. And I'm just dead against this ordinance. That was just a couple of my thoughts I wanted to pass on. Thank you.
And thank you. Further public comment?
Right there, yes. Thank you. Hi, my name is Roxanne Newell. And so I just want to talk about the coronavirus. Apparently, this virus is one of the politest viruses that we've ever had in America. It's talking in that ordinance, it talks about in the bars, they want you sitting, not standing. So the virus knows if you're standing, it's not going to mess with you. But if you're sitting, it's not going to mess with you. But if you're standing, it will. It knows if you're eating or drinking or smoking, doing something that you can take your mask off. It's not going to bother you. It's going to wait till your mask is on. If I'm scared about getting something, I should stay home. If I'm sick, I should stay home. We've all been raised, wash our hands, cover your sneeze, cover your cough. We all know the rules. So some people forgot. That's not what America's about. We need our freedoms, civil liberties. We need our rights. If they're scared, again, I think you should stay home. We're confining healthy people staying home. You're telling other people it's okay to come to your house to deliver your food, deliver your groceries. Your pastor can come to your house, but you can't go to church because the virus knows it's okay. You don't know where those people were. You don't know who they've been in contact with. There's no control on this virus as much as we can't control pneumonia, influenza, or anything else. It's in the air. It's not going to go away. Vaccines, we have a right if we want to get it to not get it. We just need our freedoms. We need to walk outside and breathe the fresh air. I want to see your smile. I want to look in your eyes. I want to be able to talk to you. I want to hug you. Being alone, he's right. Being alone, I'd rather jump off a bridge. Thank you.
Thank you.
How we doing? Marshall Albertson. I just got a couple things I'd like to say about this ordinance. First of all, in Alaska hands out more antidepressants per capita than any place else in the country. And with this COVID, for obvious reasons, and seclusions and everything else, it's getting a lot worse. Our suicide rates are going up. Domestic violence is going through the roof. You know, we got to really do some soul searching and find out. Right now, it seems like suicides and whatnot are going to way surpass the COVID if something doesn't start happening different here pretty soon. We need, as people, we need interaction. We need contact with each other. And another question I'd like to have, is this ordinance going to be turned into a mandatory mask? I know you're probably not going to answer that right now, but I would like to know if this is going to turn into a mandatory mask wearing in public. Like if you walk out of your house, are you going to have to wear a mask? Because I know we tried doing a mandate at least once before and then a polite asking if people would, but is this here going to pass this ordinance here and then it's going to turn into something else and something else down the road? Does anybody have any answers for that?
And I'd love to answer, but two-way conversation is permitted during persons to be heard. So if you'd like to reach out to assembly members afterwards, I'm sure you can get an email back.
All right, I'll definitely do that because, and second of all, do you really want our officers and stuff to be going out, knocking on people's doors and counting heads or going in people's backyards? I mean, you're putting their lives in danger by doing that. All across the country, governors and mayors are asking people to do that and rat on your neighbors. I mean, this is going, you think the mask, wearing or not wearing a mask, is going, you know, it's already got people butting heads, obviously. You know, some people are for it, some are against it. You know, I believe that elderly people, or if you have underlying conditions, you should wear the mask. You know, I'm totally on board with that. But we're not children. We need to be able to, this is America, and we need to be able to be treated like Americans. If my dad lives in Oregon, you know, I encourage him to wear a mask. I encourage him to stay home as much as he can. He's an elderly man. He's 80 years old. He's had heart attacks and he has other underlying conditions. I'm not trying to hurt anybody by me not wearing a mask, but I am not going to have my rights infringed on. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments. Please.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Valerie Edwards. I'm a family physician in town. Push down to the front. I have to push here?
Thank you.
It's good? Okay. My name is Dr. Valerie Edwards. I'm a family physician. I was listening at home and felt compelled to hop in the car and drive over to talk to you tonight. I think it's really important that we acknowledge that there have been over 259,000 deaths in the United States due to COVID-19. This is 10 times more deaths than we have each year due to drunk driving accidents. And we have pretty strict regulations and laws around people's rights to drive intoxicated. People are getting mixed messages. People are hearing really different things and are not getting strong leadership from our national and our state government about how to respond to the coronavirus pandemic. I think this uncoordinated response has left people feeling a lack of trust and a lack of understanding on how to move ahead. So I think it's really important that the Assembly approve this resolution in order to send a unified and a strong message about what the public health guidelines are and what an appropriate response is. This virus is really tricky. Asymptomatic spread is one of the most common ways that the virus is transmitted. So simply trying to stay home and wear a mask when you feel sick is certainly important, but it's not enough. We cannot keep our healthcare workers and our vulnerable people in a bubble, isolated from others. They're married, they have children, they interact with the community in diverse ways. So we all have to do our part to really protect our most vulnerable people. I don't disagree that this time has been difficult. I hear from my patients every day. They're exhausted, they're tired. People don't want to deal with this virus anymore. We're all sick of it, and we wish it could go away. But simply ignoring science and hoping for the best is not a safe or responsible plan to deal with it. So I know that we expect and hope that people can make responsible decisions, but I just don't see that happening uniformly in town. And I think having a strong position and strong leadership will help provide some clarity and take some people out of the hot spot of having to be the bad guy themselves if there's a stronger enforcement regimen beyond just each other's neighbors and employers. I wish I had my thoughts more organized. I think I'll stop right there. Thank you for considering this, and I strongly urge you to approve the resolution.
Great, thank you for your comments this evening. Anyone else for in person before we jump to the phone list? There are several people who want to testify telephonically tonight. Seeing none, Sarah? And for Assembly members that are online, I believe there are 5 people that we are going to be trying to call this evening.
Hello.
Hi, Karen. It's Sarah calling from the Assembly meeting. We are on the emergency ordinance. It's your opportunity to speak. If you can state your name for the record, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay, so start right now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so my name is Karen Lucas, and I am opposed to this particular ordinance number 2020-55. I believe it will propagate the fear-mongering that seems to be happening on our media and elsewhere. I do not deny that it's real. I think it'll cause further division, which is already quite prominent. And I think I mostly have trouble with the wording of it all. And I think there are many parts of it that I won't go into detail that are kind of undefined and inconsistent. Like if I were to look at the enforcement piece of it, it states that an expedited court order would require the person who doesn't comply. And so my question is, who is going to be enforcing? It's not really spelled out who's going to see who complies or who doesn't comply. Are we going to be reporting our neighbors? It's just not spelled out clear enough for me. And when you state that it would be punishable by maximum fines and penalties, again, if that were to be spelled out, if a person knew what that means, then it just seems so broad and it seems so vague, and it seems probably ineffectual. And so I'm hoping it doesn't pass, because I too am very interested in preserving our civil liberties, and I feel like this is just a little foot in the door for what could become further restrictions on our private lives as Americans. And I think that we do respect one another. I know I do. I wear a mask when I'm asked to, and where it's required, and I get all that. But to try to keep it anyway, to try to it just feels more like a police state kind of thing, and I don't think we need it in Sitka. And so I guess that's all I have, but I do appreciate the time, and thank you for allowing me to voice my opinion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your comments this evening.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hello.
Hi, Mary Todd. It's Sarah calling from
Hi,
the
Sarah.
assembly meeting. We're at the emergency ordinance.
Okay, yeah, I'm listening online, so I'm ready whenever you
Okay,
are.
go ahead. If you can state your name for the record, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Oh, I thought Karen's still speaking.
There's a delay, so you might want to turn down.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, so I should go ahead?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, this is Mary Todd Anderson. I've been in this town for almost 50 years. I thank you for the Assembly for serving. Wish everybody a great Thanksgiving. We have a lot to be blessed and thankful for. Like I said, I've been here almost 50 years. Mom, grandma, commercial fisherman, certified teacher, you name it, home-based business, tour guide business to come. This emergency ordinance, I'm strongly against it. I agree with what Karen said and others, Dr. Ween, others. It's just not clear, the verbiage. The fear aspect alone is bad enough in this community. I realize the virus is an issue, but our civil liberties given up here and given a foothold is opening up the door to worse. And the idea of just the penalties are just so vague, and to know that could cause, I agree with somebody that said this would put the police in danger of having to enforce something. But, I mean, at the library already, they're quarantining the books. They tried to wash them down or scrub them down or whatever, and now they sit for 3 days. Are we going to quarantine food? Do we quarantine food? Do we quarantine clothing at stores? What is next? And I'm just very concerned. It's very punitive. It will cause division in the community even worse. The enforcement's a difficult thing. The fines are crazy. People are hurting enough as it is. And I don't know. I mean, I'm just appalled at what came out. And I really feel there'll be some legal aspects that the city will have to deal with if people are fined or other ways. So I'm strongly against it. I think that's about it. And I think, I've never said this publicly. You know what? I know somebody said she felt the doctor said, and I'm not against anything. I appreciate doctors. They helped save my life in a ruptured appendix in 03. But you know what? Some of us are the silent majority. I think President Trump has done an amazing job, and I praise God for what he's done. So I finally said it. I'm glad he said it publicly. And if I'm hounded for that, so be it. I feel I have a great reputation in this town. That's all I have. I think prayerfully people should consider this on the assembly, because I don't think God's pleased at all with this, to be honest with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening.
Hi, this is Amy.
Hi, Amy. It's Sarah calling from the Assembly meeting. We're at the emergency ordinance. If you could state your name for the record, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Sure, thank you, Sarah. My name is Amy Bassoon. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. This ordinance appears to be nearly entirely dependent on the presumption that asymptomatic people are spreading COVID. Not only is that an unproven assumption, but there is direct evidence that is not the case. In a journal article dated just 4 days ago, Nature Communications reported there were no positive tests among almost 1,200 close contacts of asymptomatic cases. And this is consistent with the World Health Organization's lead COVID-19 researcher's admission in early July that they, meaning WHO, had multiple reports from other countries who were closely following asymptomatic cases and were not finding secondary transmission onward. She said that much of that was not published in the literature, but then there was a transparent attempt to cover that up. Also in July, a well-respected BBC medical journalist was told privately by several sources that a, quote, World Health Organization committee reviewing the evidence had not backed masks, but they recommended them due to political lobbying. This point was put to WHO, who did not deny, unquote. In addition, there have been serious high-level professional concerns raised about the reliability of the PCR test. The CDC's own data shows that more than 90% of all COVID deaths this year had serious or end-of-life conditions, many of these seriously ill patients who would likely have succumbed to the flu. More than 35,000, quote, COVID deaths were deaths from heart attacks, accidents, and poisonings. More than 40% of all COVID deaths were from elderly COVID-positive patients who were tragically forced into nursing homes in 5 states. In fact, overall, the U.S. is on track for the lowest annual death rate for all causes than in the last 20 years. And given the clear data, which shows a very low rate of serious harm to most people from this virus, isn't it time we begin to change direction? Infections are not hospitalizations, and infections are not deaths. I am so thankful that no one has passed with COVID in Sitka, and we've been at this for 10 months. At what point do we stop inflicting lockdowns, masks, financial, and other loss on people? When we're no longer afraid? When someone other than us makes a call? Who would that be? When we have the governor's blessing? Leading doctors and researchers? But many of those have long protested it's gone too long. And why is the government issuing blanket health mandates anyway? Shouldn't those decisions be between a patient and their doctor, where contraindications can be considered? You have a responsibility to this community to ask questions and to seriously consider data that might conflict with the official narrative that is leading to so much fear, especially when so many are insisting that narrative is wrong, even if it leads you to conclusions you don't like or that conflict with your beliefs. And if you have the sworn responsibility to protect the civil and constitutional rights of every citizen who lives here. This proposed ordinance violates many of those, and this is the biggest issue of all. If we can gather and protest...
And your time has come to an end. If you could wrap it up, please.
I am. Thank you. If we can gather and protest and go out to vote with the media's blessing, then we can eat in restaurants and bars, go to church, gather in our community. I don't know anyone who doesn't stay home when they're sick, especially these days. This further hurts businesses and other community groups, and I urge you to vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments this evening.
Hello.
Hi, Dwayne. It's Sarah calling from the Assembly meeting. We are taking testimony on the emergency ordinance. If you could state your name for the record, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay. My name is Dwayne Lambeth. I own Dove Island Lodge here in Sitka. And I am reluctant to, voice my opinion. I like to be on all sides. But I really got to say this ordinance is going too far. I respect everybody's opinion on what they believe in, for or against. But, you know, ironically, we're declaring a small business day on Saturday, and yet we're looking at closing down all kinds of business. Businesses are suffering, and businesses are dying. In no disrespect to the disease and what's happened, it's really going to hurt the community. And I really think that, you know, for the people that want to wear masks, and I personally wear a mask when I go into a building, wear a mask. For people that are scared about going out to dinner, don't go out to dinner. If you're susceptible to having, you know, getting COVID, don't go to the places where you possibly could. But for the other people that aren't as high a risk and maybe be at higher risk at other problems, social problems and stuff like that, they need to be able to go out. And this has really gone on long enough. So I recommend that you don't pass this new emergency ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah, apparently I can't count to 5 tonight. Is that it or one more? Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Coral. It's Sarah. We're taking public testimony on the emergency ordinance. If you could state your name for the record, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Thanks, Sarah. My name is Coral Crenna. Hello, Assembly members and Mayor. Today I'm speaking on behalf of my family as a concerned citizen of Sitka. We would like to first thank you for your service to and for the citizens of Sitka. We would like to thank all Assembly members who have sponsored past resolutions and ordinances to help mitigate the spread of COVID-19, and specifically Kevin and Crystal for bringing this emergency ordinance forward. We strongly support this emergency ordinance and urge all citizens to realize that this is not a freedom issue, but rather a humanitarian issue and a public health crisis. We all now know the severity of the pandemic and the effect it has on our town, state, community, and the world. By implementing these measures, not only as encouragement but as law, we truly believe this can reduce the cases and health risks to the individuals in our community. As we have worked our way through this pandemic and our cases were low, our state leadership lulled us into complacency. Had all individuals in the community continued the recommended public health mitigation measures, we would not need to be here today and facing the cases that are currently continuing to rise in our town. These choices are hard, but as all public health safety measures, change does not happen unless implemented. Encouragement of action is simply not enough. Currently, our schools, for the most part, are closed for in-person learning. As all educators I have heard from say this is a disadvantage to learning for all children and would hopefully be a motivating factor for all individuals in our community. If we don't get our numbers low, we may be in the same boat as Washington and Oregon and forced to shut down. Also, we have to keep in mind that we don't just have a local hospital, but a regional one for the majority of Southeast. Sitka, as does most of Alaska, has the advantage geographically. If we put in place these strong mitigation measures and severely reduce our numbers, or hopefully eradicate the virus from our town, we can move to strengthen the travel protocols into our town, as the school is currently urging all students to abide by the prior state travel protocols, and hopefully we could be the island of calm within the storm of COVID. Now is the perfect time to act, as the summer is over and fishing for the most part is complete. Let's all work together for the safety of our community. I encourage you all to support this ordinance for the health, life, and safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And that wraps us up on telephonic. All right, one last call for anybody in person for persons to be heard on this. Seeing none, we will move on to assembly deliberation. Would anybody like to go first? Valerie, please.
Can we get Brian to give an opinion on the legality of this?
Yeah, Valerie had some comments, and then if you'd like to call on him for that.
I appreciate you letting me comment. This may be a bit emotional for me. And if we're talking about humanitarian, my mother died today, and my family, my siblings that lived in Sitka were not allowed to be with her because of COVID. And if we keep doing what we're doing, we're taking more rights away from people to be together. I'm trying to hold it together because it has been a very emotional day, but I don't agree that this is the ordinance we should be passing. And no disrespect meant to you, Miss Duncan, or you, Mr. Knox. But if you are older like I am and you're losing your parents, I have 5 siblings that lived here, that live here, that wanted to see my mother today before she passed away. And because of COVID and the rules and everything that's going on, it's like, no, no, no. I really don't think that this is a well-written ordinance, and I will be staying on long enough just to vote no, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Tori, you had something?
I just wanted to see if Brian, I mean, a lot of people have talked about the legality of this, both in email and in person, and I'd like to get his opinion on it.
When this ordinance was brought to me a week ago, after by Mr. Knox, after I started doing my usual duties of preparing it for presentation to the Assembly, I did what I always do for ordinances, and that is if they're presented to me, I read them over and look to see whether or not they have any legal issues to them. When I look at these ordinances, like this emergency order, I'm not for or against, I'm not pro or con. I'm work really hard at being apolitical in my analysis. And the work I do with regard to these ordinances. With that in mind, and by the way, I have not spoken to the sponsors of this about any constitutional legality or illegality. I was forwarded an opinion by an out-of-state attorney, about a 16-page document, and I read it this morning. Frankly, didn't have any time to do any significant research on it, but in that document, it did come to the conclusion and the opinion that the emergency order that's being presented to the Assembly tonight is unconstitutional. I never had the opinion that it was unconstitutional, or I would have told Mr. Knox and Ms. Duncan that I thought it was. I have since had a chance to read that opinion. I don't think it's based on, let me give you a little background. I keep my pulse on this COVID situation through the Alaska Municipal Attorneys Association and the Alaska Municipal League, and we had our Alaska Municipal Attorneys Association virtual meeting last week where we had a seminar where we discussed COVID in detail. And at no time have I been told or have we had any discussion about these type of mandates being unconstitutional. In fact, it's my opinion that they're not, that it's a exercise of police powers for the health, safety, and welfare of our citizenry, that these reasonable, if they're reasonable and they're rationally based, they're supported. And I think the common practice throughout the country supports that. The general consensus of the legal community supports that. And again, without taking one side or another on this particular emergency ordinance, I feel it would survive a constitutional challenge if anyone brought it to court. Thank you.
Anyone else from the assembly? Mr. Mosier, I can't see you, so if you had or Mr. Knox does.
Yeah, I have something to say.
Okay, go ahead.
If you want. So, thanks, Brian, I listened to everyone's commentary. I read all the emails. I would tend to disagree with Brian's opinion respectfully about the constitutionality. At least I think a case can be made that if this passes, we could say, well, we could fight it. Well, do we want to fight it? Do we want to be that community that fights this basically sledgehammer to try to force a solution? People have accused me of not taking a position or stand. I am. It's just not one that some people like. What are we trying to do here? When this whole thing started, they said it was to flatten the curve and help emergency services. And we basically did a lockdown, and that was done, because we had limited information, limited time to make decisions. We did a lockdown. We didn't even have any cases at the time. And now we have some cases. It's not an outstanding amount of cases, by the way. And as far as I know, people have all recovered. So I feel that this is way too much, way too early. And the point is, so say we do this, which is effectively, the rules on this basically effectively closes these businesses. And here's an example. And I did have a friendly conversation with someone, and they said, well, what's different between this and the schools? Schools are shut. Yeah, but the schools are funded by us. They can shut down and still survive. These businesses cannot. They depend on revenue. And this is something I think people are losing sight of. We have to take a balanced approach and take measure of what we're trying to accomplish. This is a disease that is deadly, but at the same time, we can make solutions that are way worse than the actual problem. What good does it do so people think, they think, well, we'll just shut down, we'll get some more bailouts. I don't think anyone stopped to contemplate the little federal money that has been given out so far is basically the electronic equivalent of printing money, trillions of dollars of debt. And I think people don't take it seriously anymore because, I thought the whole system would come crashing down years ago. And I think people thought, well, nothing's happened. So the bottom line is the laws of economics always remain true in time. And if we could print our way electronically to salvation and just give money to everyone and stay home and have food delivered to us by the grocery store or Amazon, it would have been done a long, long time ago. And so we are going to suffer, I believe, in the future, severe difficulties economically in the future. May not be for a bit, but it's going to be difficult. And people don't think about things like supply chain logistics and the disruptions and the discontinuing of certain businesses. I'm sorry, but just money printed and given to us by the federal government, not that that's even happening right now, is not going to save us. And so we have to realize that we must have commerce. We must have activity. This isn't about greed. It's about money. You want to eat, right? How do you eat? You get by money. Money is created by production. We must have it. And people say, well, if we just shut down, we'll get under control. Well, there's no end game. And that's not a game. It's meaning there is no solution. We shut down and we go back up, we get it down a little bit or somewhat, and then we go back up and then cases come back again. People will say, well, if we all just did ... That when I hear that word, I cringe because I don't know of any time that we've all as a human race just done the same thing, because it never happens. The only places that happens is in extremely severe oppressive regimes like North Korea, where they'll just execute you. And I certainly don't want to live in a place like that. So we have to function within the bounds of reality and realistic expectation, basically expectation management. So in my opinion, in Sitka, we've come to this medium. It's kind of like the schools. No parent is super happy about the arrangement, but there's not too many that are extremely upset. There are some fringe elements, but we've taken the voluntary approach, and some people think that's too soft. It's not. It's long-term proven to be the most effective. And yes, it will not quash the numbers right now, but say we quash them by putting some businesses out of business. As soon as we go back up, it's only a matter of time before they go up. So we have to realize that this disease cannot be eliminated, and we can therefore not eliminate businesses that we need to survive and thrive. We have to think about the long term, not just the short term. So I'm strong no on this, especially because of the harsh, repressive penalties, which are very divisive. And some people might say, well, this is about health. It's, if you just put that tag on it, it's so short-sighted. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Kevin or Crystal. We have to think about the whole community. And some people have made some good points about the health and well-being, mental well-being of people. Just, this is not the right thing at the right time. This is taking a sledgehammer to do something we should be doing a little tack hammer at. The numbers are not that high. I believe they may go up a little bit more, but they are going to dip down. We need to calm down, be patient, and stay the course. I'm a no on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knox.
First off, I'd just like to say to Ms. Nelson, I'm really sorry for your loss. It is absolutely heartbreaking that your family wasn't able to be with your mom. And
Mr. Knox, some members of the public are having a hard time hearing you right now.
So I feel a little like a lot like I'm having a hard time with this a bit, because I feel like I have something here that I thought might be a bit of a solution to some issues that were seeming to come to the forefront from people I was talking to, constituents who were really worried about where we were going in this community with our numbers. And I feel like I have something that I'm a telemarketer that I'm trying to sell a product that nobody wants, including myself. I'm not, I don't want to see any of these businesses hurt. I don't want to see, us having to shut things down. I really, in particular, am having a very hard time with seeing our kids not in school, no matter what age, and having their activities taken away from them, that their health and mental well-being, their educational well-being, their social well-being, it is a really, really difficult time. I get that. I think living in a time when our life is even more complex, where answers aren't easy to the challenges that we're faced with. I know that this isn't perfect, and if I had more time, if we all had more time, we could come up with things that would work a little bit better, maybe for everybody. But we all know that there isn't any perfect legislation ever. So I just struggle with some of this stuff. One of the things that, while this, I'm sorry that it seems like a sledgehammer, but one of the problems that we're having with our numbers going up in Sitka and our ability to figure out how to keep them down, or how to best, react to this public health emergency, is the fact that there are a multitude of different tools that we need to employ, and some of those tools they're not very effective, because we're only able to get data out, good data out, from good data that goes in. And one of the things that I talked with Ms. Ewing about this morning, about how the complexities related around all of this, is the fact that there is a lot of it's hard to say non-compliance. There's a lot of people that are not respecting the guidelines and the recommendations that have been put forward by public health experts, people who have studied this and gone over it, and are coming up with best case models and other things like that. The fact that when they're doing contact tracing in the state of Alaska right now, and this includes Sitka, they're not getting the data that they need to be able to react. People are either not answering their phones, or they're not giving them complete information because they whatever. They might be embarrassed that they, gathered up with a bunch of people and, there was a known COVID in the group or whatever it might have been. And then we end up having, kids or older people who get then exposed because they didn't know they were exposed, or they didn't know that somebody that had been exposed needed, to be isolated. I think that the notion that any one of these tools is going to eradicate the situation that we're in is disingenuous a little bit. I mean, the fact that any one of these is really just a measure of harm reduction. Wearing a mask is not going to keep you safe, and it doesn't keep everybody else completely safe. It's just like there is no such thing as safe sex. We do things within all of this, within the public health realm, as a matter of harm reduction. We lessen the amount of exposure, and then the spread becomes less, or it slows it down so that we don't overwhelm our healthcare system. I've talked to family who work within the healthcare system, and also other friends that work within this healthcare system and then other healthcare systems across the United States. And healthcare workers are absolutely stressed to the max. You go into other places where, it's basically a war zone in some of these cities, where if you are sick, if you're having a hard time breathing, if you have COVID-related pneumonia, you go into an ER and you are triaged in, and you sit on a cot in a little booth, and you are not allowed to bring anybody else in to help support you, and then they can barely take care of you. And then at some point, maybe you get a room. And then even if you get a room, are you even going to be able to get the care that you need? It's incredibly distressing for all of us to have to be dealing with this. And, bringing this forward, again, it's just one of those tools. And it's a reaction to the fact that there are places, not everybody, there are some extremely respectful and responsible businesses in this town that have actually done even more than this does, and have taken that incredible step that is very difficult to be able to help protect both their employees' health, but also the public's health. But I think the fact that I had people coming to me saying, what can we do about the fact that there are people out there that aren't respecting this? How do we bring this around? How do we bring the message out and true, and to say we can't have a gathering of 100 people for dinner in a banquet hall, or other things like that. Like, we can't invite all of our friends down to a bar and be wandering around, and it's not about the fact that the virus is smart and knows when you're sitting down or standing up. Public health wise, we know that there's just certain protections within that reduce the amount of harm. People are standing, they're walking around. If you're sitting, you're more contained. You're just less likely to spread or be spread upon, I guess. So again, it's incredibly complex. It's a difficult solution to have to come forward with in a short amount of time, of course. And yes, it's not perfect. I'd be happy if the Assembly wants to entertain removing the enforcement section. There was no intent in putting that in there, going after anybody, putting somebody in jail or fining them for not complying. But if people were, time after time after time not adhering to the guidelines, things could be looked at. And it's also not with any intent of asking our public health and safety people, whether they're in public health or the police department or anywhere else, to go out and actually start enforcing something like this with a tape measure or however else anybody wants to look at it. It's just, I think if we didn't have it in here, it would be a problem. And because we have it in here, it's also a problem. So I'm fine with removing the enforcement.
Tor, I'm going to see if anybody else would like to speak before we come back to you. Rebecca, please.
I've been using the raise your hand thing on Zoom, so I think we need to kind of clarify how we're raising hands. So.
Yeah, I can't see that on my side, just for your information, so.
Okay, so now I know not to do it that way. Thank you. I want to start by echoing Kevin's condolences to Ms. Nelson. There aren't many days harder than the day you lose your mom, and she's still here with us and fulfilling her duties as an assembly person, and I really appreciate that dedication. And my heart is with you, Ms. Nelson. So I wanted to ask the sponsors a question or two. I'm going to say a couple of things, and then I need a little bit more information from the sponsors. So I've had a lot of emails. People feel very strongly about this. I'm tempted to say on both sides, but that's not accurate. On all sides of this issue, there's a lot of passion. And when there's a lot of passion, there's a lot to listen to. And it's really important to hear all the voices. I do want to say, you know, people have been trying to make a point with me that there's a less than 7% fatality rate. Well, in our town, that would add up to nearly 70 Sitkans we could lose in the worst case scenario. And that's not a risk I want to take and not a gamble I'm willing to make. We're hearing about overwhelmed hospital systems in Seattle and Anchorage. Again, worst case scenario, which is what we are charged as a body with avoiding by whatever means. Worst case scenario, our 14 ICU beds, it's not like they're occupied for a day with a COVID patient. It's a long-term, you know, multiple days that those beds are filled. If trends keep going up, if we start having hospitalizations, and those could come from Sitka or from other communities, it puts our entire system at risk. If those beds are full and we have some other tragedy in our town, we don't have a road to drive to another facility. You know, the ante is a lot higher here than in other places in terms of our hospital capacity. I'm hearing a lot of people tonight talking about their willingness to wear masks. And I have to say, in the last week or two, as we've had the uptick, I have seen more Sitkans wearing masks than ever before. And I think of that as the Alaskan way. And part of what I'm thinking is similar to what Assemblymember Mosher was saying. Someone's right to comfort doesn't outweigh someone else's right to a sense of calm and not feeling afraid, or worst case scenario, their health. And so I don't like the idea of this ordinance even a little bit, but I also don't feel I can miss the opportunity to support something or anything that might keep people safer. So with all of that said, my question to the sponsors is, you specifically name bars and restaurants. I'm curious why. Do we have some empirical data that bars and restaurants, and if we don't have information about that, is it because we can't have that information? So do we know that bars and restaurants are part of why we're having an uptick in cases in Sitka?
So there isn't good empirical data about that. In my conversation with Ms. Ewing this morning, one of the things that she did comment on, and I quoted her to a degree, I mean, not exactly, but one of the things that we talked about is, you know, the data is only good as the data in is out. The data, good data is it comes from good data that comes in. And she is really, really struggling with the fact that they're not getting good data in. People are omitting a lot of information about where they've been, after they test positive, where they've been, who they've been in contact with, and that is hampering her efforts quite a bit. So we don't have real good empirical data in Sitka per se, where we can say, a bar or a restaurant or bars and restaurants in general are places where, this is spreading, or this is, a high contact point. We do know, though, that from the CDC, from other states, where they do have some more information about that, and gathering in larger groups increases risk, and in particular, gathering in larger groups when alcohol is involved increases risk. Gathering in loud places increases risk, because people are forced to speak more forcefully, and that increases the risk again, in particular when masks aren't worn.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that helps explain the direction of the ordinance and why those facilities, or I guess businesses, are targeted a little bit more than others.
Do you think item B, though, would be the catch-all for the other gathering spots? So it's basically people who are gathering for a prolonged period of time in close proximity. And like he said, they're talking to each other. Their masks are physically not on their face at that point in time because they're trying to eat and consume food. So I don't want it to feel like they're being targeted. It was just based off of that. But then the section 2 is to the other catch-all. So it's, we've been looking and researching movie theaters that are slowly opening back up, and we know that they're all facing the same direction. So that just shows less of a risk of transmission. But again, the data is not there because we're in a brand new pandemic, right? Trying to navigate that. And unfortunately, Rebecca, you and I, we got Robert's Rules for Dummies. There's not one for pandemics. So the thing about this pandemic is we're not going to make perfect decisions. And I'm going to I have things to say as well, but I'm going to let you continue on, Rebecca. But does that kind of answer why those ones were specifically listed? And then we were hoping that the second section would be the larger, we're just trying to discourage mass gatherings at this point in time.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. I see our business community having made enormous sacrifices so far, and I am so grateful. And when I go around town now, as I stated, I'm seeing more and more, compliance isn't the right word, more and more people who are taking that step. I heard one of the persons to be heard talked about, use some terms that I made a note of because I really liked: respect, compassion, and love. And it's interesting because the people who are saying no mask ordinance are saying respect, compassion, and love. And people who are saying yes mask ordinance are saying respect, compassion, and love. And so we're all trying to get to the same place of helping each other through this. I spent a lot of my weekend looking at other places, and there are full-on mask mandates, not what we're doing here, but full all public spaces mask mandates in Yakutat, Hoonah, Juneau, Angoon, Wrangell, and now Petersburg. And so those are not in some places at some times. Those are full mask mandates. And so if those communities are saying that, I'm concerned that our community, if we're going to do it, do we go all the way? Or do we not do any of this because I feel like we're going in the right direction? I see our numbers have elevated, but they've also kind of leveled at a higher level. But then I also see more people wearing masks. And so I am really, really stuck on this ordinance, and I'm going to listen some more to what other people have to say. I'm thinking, do we want to postpone it until our work session next week and add a special assembly meeting? Could that be an option? I don't want to delay the pain of this, but I also want to make sure that we're making a really good decision that honors everyone in Sitka. So I'm going to let Crystal speak, or whoever else has things to say, and I'm going to keep listening and thinking. Thanks.
Yes, Crystal, please.
Thanks so much. So I wanted to start off by addressing the fact that we have gotten so much feedback in our email. And I bring that up because I want to first say gonna cheers to the community of Sitka for allowing me the grace to grow into this position. So while I haven't been responsive, I want to let you know that I did read through that. And like Rebecca is referencing, it impacted my thoughts on the matter. The thing that was overwhelming, so whether or not you were for or against this ordinance, is the fact that people are experiencing quarantine fatigue, or you might want to call it COVID exhaustion. It just feels like all of 2020 has been dedicated to this, and I'm frankly tired, just like you. So one of the quotes that stood out was, "It seems like you're working overtime to destroy our connected economies with little regard to the lives that are being destroyed." And that stood out to me to the point that I wrote it down and wanted to reference it, because that's not the case. This is weighed heavily. Trying to draft this, trying to make sure that it fits for our community here. You should know you're going to hear the word balance a lot. And so trying to find balance around this issue, because like others have mentioned, something has to be done. And I'm not quite sure what it is, but I see other areas enacting this to try to keep their population safe. And so related to balance, I hear ya. Businesses are hurting because they were asked to shut down earlier this spring. And we are all in it together, and we understood why it had to happen. And so just to address that, I don't think that's what we're asking. We're not going for a shutdown with this ordinance. This is an emergency limited ordinance so that we could try to get the numbers under control. People want to go back to normalcy, and we're just not there yet. And so Rebecca referenced the numbers. We're keeping an eye on that. We're monitoring that. And so when we were drafting this, we did it with balance in mind. And so Kevin and I were kind of pushing back and trying to formulate something that would fit the community as best we could, knowing that this is something that, like Kevin said, it would be great if we could extend this out and we didn't actually have to face this until December or January, and we could have multiple meetings and we can get input from everyone who wanted to weigh in on the issue. But we're looking at school closures. We're getting updates from the school board president who's saying we're going to close until this date. We have to survey people. We have to monitor the numbers. We have hospitals. We have one here in Sitka. What a blessing. But one of our callers mentioned that it's a regional hub, which means we're open to receive anybody in the community of Southeast who's going to need a bed. And so as much as we think that we have a structure that is right across the way for us, we have to be understanding to the fact that we have limited resources in the state of Alaska. And I say that knowing that I'm employed with ANTHC, and we are now having to send overflow for ICU. Our ICU is not empty up there. And down here, we do have a great facility, but they are not set up to long-term receive folks who need ventilators, who need that extended care. They tend to send those people out, and yet we can see what's happening in Anchorage. We don't have that on the back burner. That's not a point that we want to get to. So a lot of folks weighed in and they said, well, what about the body count? How many people have passed away in Sitka? And so Rebecca mentions, well, if we look at numbers, that would be about 70 sit-ins, but right now it's at 0. So do we have to get closer to there before people are willing to reassess and see if we need to catch this before we get there? So I guess I say that because I do see this as an opportunity for our community of Sitka. The body count is 0. Thank God. Our hospital is not overwhelmed at this point in time, but it's also not empty. So what we do today in our leadership position is going to impact how our community is able to offset until we can get wide distribution of vaccines. So people have used the word fear, and I don't know if I carry around fear, but I do think I share a sense of worry for our community and a sense of responsibility to keep our hospitals empty and to make sure that resources, that we're not going above and beyond. I understand the businesses have been hurt. I don't want to shut them down. In fact, tonight, and so I guess what I'll do is I'll sidetrack by saying we are not taking the lead on these issues. We see it out there. Pizza Express already announced we are closed for in-dining services. That was last week. We're not ushering them in this direction. We have responsible businesses like Mean Queen who said, we're going to shut down this week and we're going to figure it out. We have the Nugget who said, thank you, Sitka. We're going to get through this together. And so tonight, after this meeting, I am ordering for delivery because I fully support small businesses and I get where they're coming from. And it's so hard to specifically list them and make it feel like we're targeting them because we're not. We're looking at spaces where people are congregating and saying, how can we make our numbers go down? Because I have people in my position throughout the state of Alaska. And when we would have our staff meeting conference calls, I would say we have 1 active case in Sitka. And they would chime in saying that they had 84. And that was in a tiny village where they don't have a hospital there to serve the needs of the community. So like I said before, we're never going to get it perfect during a pandemic. And I know, divisive issue, I fully own the fact that it is divisive. We've seen it tonight, through the testimony that's come to our inbox. And so I don't want to quote Dr. Fauci because somehow he's become divisive, but I will because I've been really looking into him and his guidance and CDC, what are they saying we need to do right now? And so with respect to restaurants, he said, don't rule it out. Don't rule out going to restaurants completely. You just have to modify what that looks like based off of your community and what the spread is doing. And so I think we're trying to do that. The timeline isn't perfect, but all of 2020 hasn't been perfect. So again, I just want to give the shout out to the restaurants who are already doing this and they're pushing back saying, you're not even doing enough. We're trying to find balance. There is no correct answer. And I hope what this will also do is empower businesses who want to say, you have to put a mask on. Because right now it's so divisive. There are people who feel like they can't say that to their customers. But you know what? There's an ordinance that just says you have to put on a mask when you're coming in here to pick up. This is providing them that support. And I don't know what more support we can offer at this point in time. Now, COVID was a big part of my platform, and I said I'd like to weigh in on these decisions. They're important to the community. I see what's happening within our healthcare because I'm housed on one campus and I work for another one. And I'm worried about what Kevin mentioned, which is we're not maxed out, but we will get there quickly. When it gets in the community and starts spreading, you really have to put in measures to mitigate. And so this is our attempt to do that. And the biggest thing I want to round out by referencing what so many people brought up, which is super important. And it was, I heard words like suicide, domestic violence, drug abuse. All of that is going up at this point in time. And we recognize that. It is hard to stay at home. Restaurants offer you an opportunity to meet up with other people and go out, but we have to, in this temporary situation, look to other avenues. So I would just encourage, and I want to give a shout out to Sitka Cares, who is offering counseling service. That's how realistic this has been weighing on the mental health of people in our community. So know that that's a resource out there, and please reach out if this is something that is really impacting you. And then my final thoughts have to go to Valerie, of course, because deepest condolences to your family, and I appreciate you being here tonight despite all that's going on. So I'll go ahead and close out my thoughts, but gonna cheesh for hearing me.
Thank you. And I do have a couple things, Tor, and then I'll come back to you. I want to start my comments by thanking those businesses, organizations, and establishments who have voluntarily closed on their own before any mandate even came out from the governor indicating that they should head in that direction. They took the initiative on their own and went ahead and did that. So I thank them for their sacrifice, and I want them to know that that doesn't go unseen by members of the community. I see you, and I thank you for it. It's really hard for me tonight because I feel like I've been put in somewhat of a no-win situation. On one hand, if I vote for it, I'm being too tough. On the other hand, if I don't vote for it, I'm not being tough enough. And I just don't feel that there is ever going to be a happy medium with this where the majority of the community can come together like we did back in March in order to do our part to help stop the spread of COVID. I also have a hard time with it because I sat at this very table. It might have been on Zoom at the time, actually, but my words were, I'd rather be looked upon as someone who overreacted than underreacted. And so I have to go back to those times too, when I made those comments and took some actions in what I believed to be the best interest of the community. And I look at this ordinance now and I say, you know, those actions that the ordinance is asking for perhaps are reasonable steps that citizens could and should take in order to help their fellow citizens. Because I do believe as Sitkans, we do care about our neighbors, that we do love one another, that we do respect one another. But then I go back to the current mindset of the community. And I don't feel that there's the appetite for this ordinance right now. I don't feel that a large part of the community wants this ordinance put on them. I feel that voluntary compliance with health mandates is high right now. I would say the majority of people that I see on a daily basis do wear masks, either because they want to or because they feel they should for their neighbor. I feel that people are taking reasonable steps, reasonable precautions. And I fear that I fear that putting an ordinance that has punitive implications is only going to help divide us. That those who are on the edge of wearing masks and socially distancing simply won't, just to spite the ordinance. I feel that those who want higher protections are, if this does not pass, are only going to continue to call for them. And in their instance, possibly rightly so. Our kids are not in school right now. The strain that puts on our community, the strain that puts on parents who may not be able to go to work because they have to stay home with their kids, that's a huge burden. So I really want to thank the community for doing everything that you possibly can to help mitigate this spread of COVID. Right now we have pretty widespread community spread, and it is going to take all of us in order to slow this down. And if that is if that's just taking a couple actions on your side, I thank you for that. I thank you for being COVID aware during these times. But after having said all that, I just don't know that I can vote for this ordinance. I feel that the ordinance has its heart in the right place, but I fear some of the other sides of it. So I do I do stress to citizens that while I might not vote for this tonight, I still ask you to continue to be COVID aware and continue to do what you can to slow the spread so that you don't close your neighbor's business, so that you don't infect one of your neighbors who then infects someone else, and just generally be respectful of each other. So, thank you. Tor, you had some follow-up comments?
Yeah. First of all, I'm not at all worried about the legality of this. We would not be reinventing the wheel. There's a lot of communities doing this. So I made some notes while we were talking and things and beforehand. The first thing I want to say is a number of people said, well, the numbers aren't really that high. Well, I beg to differ. We are right now, our rolling 14-day case rate is 4.57, which is, and high, by the way, is anything over 1. So we are way above that. According to the New York Times, our case rate per 100,000 is 49, which is over twice what Juneau's is, and 7 times what it is in Ketchikan. We are not the island of tranquility we were a few weeks ago. And the effect this has, people keep saying, well, people aren't dying. Well, it's realize that every COVID patient affects the entire healthcare system, because everybody else, people are still having heart attacks, people are still having other things. And for instance, when we go run on a call in the fire department, that's a COVID case, we have to get back, disinfect everything, take all of our clothes off and wash them, change clothes, and we're out for hours. So if there's another call during that time, another crew has to be found to do it. And the same thing is, similar things is true over at Search. Search has already reached out to start exploring overflow, which either the Centennial building or tents. We have some specialized tents, but you need to remember that there's a real lag on hospitalizations on these kinds of things. So, you know, our health system is designed around relatively normal times, and it doesn't take that much to start stressing it, because like I said, people are still getting sick as you would normally. I would say, however, that I mean this is a balanced approach, and that it's only right now it would only be for a month until to be renewed, and we really do have a light at the end of the tunnel. I think the vaccination reports were really good. I'll believe it when I see it, but we're being told that we'll be able to start vaccinating healthcare workers in mid-December, before this is even done. And if we can get enough people vaccinated, this really could be over by spring, or late spring at least. But it's not going to do it alone, and not until then, without doing any kind of mitigation. And like somebody else was saying, this is a numbers game. We're just trying to bring the numbers down. And the idea that you can wear a mask if you're afraid of the COVID and you're fine and you'll be protected is just not true. I mean, the whole point being, you wear a mask to protect other people. And, if somebody goes in and catches it in a garage, they're going to take that out and take it to other people and spread it. I mean, that's what was showing over and over again. And I think it bears saying that just about every case we've had in Sitka now, since we are not testing asymptomatic people anymore, is symptomatic. If you go to the dashboard, and they're all symptomatic. There's a few that are secondary that they caught. So this, I think we can safely say the numbers, if we were including the asymptomatic, would be significantly higher. I understand what you're saying, and this is hard. I wish I was cheerleading for voluntary measures, but I don't think it's working. And this, we kind of kept saying, we're doing this so that we don't have to mandate things, so we don't have to do other things. And by the way, this is not a mask mandate. It's only when you're in a bar or restaurant. And we kept saying, if everybody does this, we won't need to do this. Well, it's not working. We are getting more compliance now, and hopefully that'll numbers will show. And I would, love it if at the next meeting, our numbers have dropped dramatically, but I'm not seeing that yet. Nothing's perfect, but this is a way to work the numbers to try and bring them down, because if we wait until the healthcare system is overwhelmed, we are way too late. And like we were talking about, where are we going to send people? We can't send them to Anchorage. Their numbers are even higher than ours. We might not be able to send them to Seattle. So where are we going to send people? So we may have to have our next meeting completely by Zoom because the Centennial Building is being used. So I don't think this is unreasonable. I don't think it's infringing on anybody's constitutional rights. It's purely to try and bring the numbers down. I'm not going to go on much longer there, but what else can we do? And, there's really very little left that we can do. And if this keeps up, the governor's going to have to go back into lockdown, and we don't want that. This is to help try and protect businesses. And over again, the data has shown that in bars and restaurants is a higher risk environment. So, and I just want to finish by saying, probably the worst day of my life was the day my father died. And I am blown away that Valerie is here, and I appreciate her being here, because on that day, I was worthless. So I'm sorry to have heard that happened.
Thank you. Valerie?
I appreciate the condolences. It's not necessary, and I did not mean to bring a personal situation into it, but this is life. And if we keep allowing the so-called numbers to dictate what we do, I think we are operating very wrongly. And we're talking about this is going to protect businesses. I think that's horsepucky, because there are so many businesses right now that are like teetering on the edge. And to me, this seems like a targeted ordinance just against bars and restaurants and churches or whatever. And I think that there could be legal ramifications, not to dispute our legal advice that we have from our city attorney, but I do see a lot of problems with civil rights being violated, with due process, and we can all like cover our heads in the sand or whatever, but this is not the answer. If we want a mask mandate, do it. But to say we're going to target bars and restaurants, it's like there's no amount of laws that would have stood. And the government cannot prevent every death. And the more we try to dictate stuff, I think the wronger, which is probably not a good word, we are. So I'm still thank you for hearing me, and thank you for the condolences.
Thank you, Valerie. You did cut out a couple times there, but I think we caught the majority of your statement. Mr. Leach?
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a clarification question from the sponsors. We brought this up in the EOC as we were reading about this on Monday. In section 2, it talks about social and religious gatherings, activities, bingo halls, all the language there on line 54 and 55, but it talks about fairs and markets and 50 persons or more. Will this apply to our grocery stores, since it says indoor gatherings of 50 people that will include the staff and customers? Because I know down south that some of the stores are, well, I don't want to say the stores' names, but I heard some of the reports today that they have people basically waiting outside and somebody allowing the numbers of 50 to go in. in some of these other cities that are enacting similar ordinances. So I just wanted to get the feel for what the intent was here, and will this apply to basically any of our vendors? Will they be limited to that same 50-person capacity?
Speaking for myself, it was not my intent to include markets or other businesses like that. This is just really intended to address large gatherings, purposeful, gatherings of whatever, like a fair, like a holiday market, or under the large gathering places, obviously things like a theater or performing arts center, or a church, large services like that. Just to address those indoor types of gatherings, but not necessarily for a grocery store to have somebody at the front door, counting people in and out. No.
Crystal, did you have anything to add to the clarification?
No, that's right in line with what I was thinking as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there anything further from the assembly on this before we vote? I just want to take a minute to thank the public and the assembly for the public's respectful comments this evening, and for the assembly's respectful debate. This is a charged issue right now, and there are very strong feelings on both sides of it. However, I'm overjoyed with how we were able to handle this tonight as Sitkans. So I thank you all for that. Sarah, vote please.
Okay, and I just wanted to remind folks that per our charter, the affirmative vote of at least 5 assembly members is required for adoption of an emergency ordinance. So on the motion to approve this ordinance on first reading, Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Ms. Himshoot?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Nelson?
No.
Mr. Knox?
Yes.
Mr. Mosier?
No.
And Mayor Eisenbeis?
No.
Okay, the motion fails.
And seeing how we've gone well past an hour, we'll take another 5-minute break and we'll be back in here. Have a good night. Thank you. All right, we're going to get going here in a minute. If Zoomers can sign back on here.
I'm back.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes. And I believe that Valerie will be signing off for the evening. Understandable. All right, thank you. All right, so since Crystal needs to order before this meeting is going to end, we better get going then. Moving on to item F.
I move to approve ordinance 2020-53 on first reading, making supplemental appropriations for fiscal year 2021, the Brady Lift Station Rehab Project.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to make supplemental appropriations for the Brady Lift Station Rehab Project. Is there any public comment? Please.
Richard Ween. In dealing with the Brady lift, it's something that's definitely necessary. We have to move our sewage and we have to do it reliably. And certainly a failure can be quite problematic. But my notion in getting up now is that one thing that I always felt was important is that when you had supplemental appropriations, I always felt it would be important to see during the year a running total of these appropriations so that people, the citizens, understood how this adds up. So we hear that this one is $400,000 as a supplemental appropriation. However, that will be forgotten in 15 minutes. And I think the city needs to keep that running score as to how much is being spent. The other aspect is that I see it's being taken from working capital of $8.5 million. And I thought, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, you won't be able to say it, but think it, that $8.5 million in working capital was actually bonded money for the rehab of the wastewater plant. So my question is, you're taking $400,000, not a small amount, at least to me, and I feel that, I don't know whether this is a Peter paying Paul, and an explanation on that needs to be made. And there also needs to be a running total. There are a lot of necessary things that we need here in Sitka, but we also need to know the costs of them, because sooner or later, as they say, the piper has to be paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment this evening? Seeing none, we will, Sarah, we didn't have anyone to call, correct? Okay, I don't see that. Just wanted to make sure. We'll bring it back to Mr. Leach, who wants to present before the assembly debates.
I was going to ask if Michael can come up, because this one's kind of complicated here. I want him to see if he can explain some of the intricacies and the urgency for this one, and the timeline, and the schedule concerns, and kind of the funding needs.
Yes, please, Michael, and I'm sure the assembly will have questions if you don't mind staying.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. This currently is our most highest priority project within the Public Works Department. It is now superseding the wastewater treatment plant, which we feel we have in great shape, and that project's going to be finishing up soon. The reason why this project is so high priority is that it is a pump station that is very far downstream in our sewage collection system. It essentially collects all the wastewater north of Brady Street, which is at True Value. This pump station is located in the back parking lot of the True Value shopping center. So when we look at our risk factors there, we have a tremendous amount of flow coming to this pump station, so much so that we have backup pumps associated that elevate our as the usage goes up. So in high flows, when we have a really large flow pump station like this, we can't shut off the different pumps within the pump station to do maintenance on them. They're all flowing at full speed to keep up. So our worst case scenario is we have a pump that goes down in this facility and we can't maintain it. We can't keep up with the flows. We can't replace it. And we end up having a major breach in the system that would go out into the ocean. So we're just in a tough spot on this one. We've allowed it to last as long as I think it can. We're having a failed valve in one of the pumps now that we're worried about. And like I say, we're literally at a position where it's almost impossible to even maintain the facility. So that's what makes it our highest priority. We have the bids open, as you see here, and we got very competitive bids. We got 2 bids, and they're within 3% of each other, or $30,000. So we feel like we don't have any. It was just amazing to see how competitive those 2 bids were, which is a good sign that we got good bids. We need to complete this project within the winter time window that True Value has given us, and they've graciously allowed us to be in their parking lot to do this project. Unfortunately, Sitka's collection system is not necessarily easily accessible. We don't have an easement to access this pump station, so we have to work with businesses like this to allow us in there. They've given us a window of time, so it's a very rushed project to get in and out this winter, so they can have their full parking lot back in the peak summertime season. So we'll be looking to have this done late spring, early summer, and in and out and feeling much better after that's completed.
Thank you for that. John, did you have anything else?
Yeah, if he, because this will be helpful for people listening, it talks about the delayed bidding of the project earlier in the year. It talks about the designed improvements were outside the critical scope originally intended and had constructability issues. So if, just to answer that question on basically why the supplemental appropriation, and again, I agree, this is a very critical project. So this is part of I just want everybody to see why we're pushing forward with it. So if you could explain what just for everybody listening, what the design improvement changes were and the necessary reasons behind them, that sort of thing.
Okay, sure. So we bid this project out once prior and started getting feedback from the contractors that the price was going to be substantially higher than what we had estimated, and a lot of that had to do with the very deep excavation that would need to take place in this constrained parking lot, and also dealing with the high water elevations with high tide and dealing with the water intrusion. So we took it back to the drawing board and looked at building a shallower lift station. Not traditionally what you would see done, but in the effort of cost savings, we wanted to do it, and we've come up with some creative ways to make that work. The risk factor to it is a higher elevated risk of corrosion, because as you bring this lift station up, it can become dry within the pipe, so you have sewer gases that corrode. And what we've done is put in just some creative solutions, check valves, different materials that are corrosive resistant, and are pretty proud with the change in design to get the cost down. So we feel like we've done what we can. We're taking on some risk in doing that. We've done what we can to get the costs down as low as possible and still feel like it's going to be a good system for Sitka. So.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. Back to the assembly for questions or deliberation on this. Seeing none right away. I do have a couple questions, Michael, just for some clarification on here. So it sounds like that this was a budgeted project for this year within our long-range infrastructure plans. So we anticipated this replacement?
Yeah, this has been in the budget for several years, and in fact, we were going to put an additional amount off of the prior bid in this year's budget, but decided to hold off in that until we got bids to make sure we didn't have to have two supplemental appropriations and wait for the dollar amount to be as accurate as possible off the bids. So this project has been in the works for several years.
Okay, that's always good to hear, because sometimes when you see supplemental appropriations, it's for completely unbudgeted items. And when I initially looked at it and saw a project of this magnitude that we had perhaps overlooked or missed in the maintenance cycle, and we were jumping on it just to get it fixed, it was a little bit troublesome. But that's throughout the memo and throughout your presentation tonight, was able to come to the conclusion that that was not the case. I do have a couple questions on some of the, we got a budget in our memo sheet here. A dowel, a PTS, a boreal. Are those, what are those? Are those subcontractors? Are they consultants? Are they?
Yeah, it's kind of a mix there. So there's specialty consultants. So Boreal is a specialty consultant in controls. So they do all the control design and actually build the control panels that control the pump station. Dowell is the designer on record that did the overall design, all the civil design and site development, infrastructure. PTS is the construction management team, and as you know, we don't have any engineers left in our engineering department, so they're responsible for handling the construction management. And Alaska Pumps provide the pumps, and CBS staff, that's the costs that we did during the design over the last several years that are charged to the project.
Yeah, great, thank you. And you actually then hit on one, my further concern down, that I understand your engineering department is short-staffed right now. I get that. But it also seems like there's a lot of expenditures that could have covered the wages of an engineer for a year. Now, would more staff in your department allow these costs to come down so that we employ someone in-house as opposed to shipping the money out? And that's not only on this project, but in projects in the future, because I'd rather see our dollars circulate locally than go out. But also on the flip side of that, I don't know if you can hire the expertise that these individual companies bring into each project.
Yeah. No, you really would be highly challenged to hire all these different expertises, but getting back to the best I think we can do is the model I've been doing for many years, is having engineering on staff to do the project management that are technically competent enough to review these materials, these plans and bids, and make sure that they're of good quality, that we catch and save the city a lot of money in what we catch in those reviews, because we historically have had staff competent enough, licensed engineers that can understand that, look at it, and catch mistakes. So the dollar that you're looking at in terms of that comparison would be the PTS number for this project of $37,000. And, staff charges in total on this project would be trending to be less than that. I like the local model if we can find staff and have them here. There's pros and cons, you know. Consultants are, in PTS, they're highly capable, they're efficient, they don't charge, you know, vacation and the extras for that. So there's advantages there, and they're highly accountable. So, you know, they're bonded, they're insured. If they had a major error on this project, you could look to get costs recouped. You're not going to be able to do that with your local staff if they make errors. You know, we could let them go. In the worst case scenario, you're not going to get money back. So the models have pros and cons. You see a lot of communities going the full consultant route. I, over the years, have not been a fan of that for all the reasons that you said. I like to keep our money local and like to do things in a more consistent fashion. We can train our staff, our project managers, to be very consistent to the contractors, and there's just a lot of advantages to that. So okay. I appreciate the support to be able to go back to the old ways.
Yeah, well, I think you've laid out a perfect plan for our next budgetary cycle, that if that's a position that you want, justify it with the savings. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a solid position to come at us for this next
Mr.
cycle.
Mayor, I had a question for you, or a statement.
Yes, please, I am done.
Because it sounds like Mr. Harmon is saying, from what I interpreted that he said was that hiring an engineer or two, he would still need to hire the consultants. So I don't feel like I got really a clear answer. Because I mean, I wouldn't want us to, I guess that kind of goes outside the purview of this particular situation, but he did answer the question, but it was really vague. I was wondering if you could clarify whether he thinks that if he were to hire public works engineers, we could eliminate or severely, reduce those consulting costs, yes or no?
So yeah, the number to look at that, Mr. Mosier, if you're looking at the memo there, you see the PTS cost. They are the project managers for the project. Of $37,000, that would be the number that you would reduce. We are not going to hire pump control engineers. We're not going to hire a fully designed team that can do all the CAD and design, and you're looking at a massive team. I just don't see that realistic, so I don't see those other costs dropping out to have a full consultant suite of team to put a project out and do everything. So I just don't see it realistic to drop all those.
So then what would be the case of adding a staff if it's not going to reduce the costs?
It's going to reduce the $37,000 on this project. So in a typical project manager that we've had runs about 5 projects a year. So this would be one of them. So each one maybe $30,000 to $40,000 that
really
you're saving.
Relevant to what we're talking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe we could just, when we get to that time, we can see some math on all that.
And I do agree with Tor's point of order. I think I led us down a path that got a little wide there. Thank you, Tor. Further assembly comments, questions? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to approve ordinance 2020-53 on first reading, Ms. Himshoot?
Yes.
Mr. Knox?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis?
Yes.
And Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0 on item F.
That brings us to item G.
I move to approve ordinance 2020-54 on first reading, making supplemental appropriations for fiscal year 2021, Homeland Security Grant for Secure Access Upgrade, and direct the municipal administrator to accept the grant from the 2020 State Homeland Security and Emergency Management Grant Program.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the ordinance? John, did you have anybody you'd like to present on this one?
No, I can give a quick once over. It's a $50,000 grant, and it's going to be used in the police department for some, I think, key card access, security work, and it's just the supplemental appropriation we need to put in place to spend the grant funds.
Thank you. Comments from the assembly? Thank you for whoever wrote this grant. Grant money is always very welcomed. Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to approve ordinance 2020-54 on first reading, Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbaz?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Himshoot?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
And Mr. Knox?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 on first reading.
And Sarah, before we go into item H, do we still need to get the respondent on the phone? Okay, Assembly, if we could take just a couple minutes here while we get the respondent on the phone and get that all ready.
Hello, this is Jill.
Hi, Jill. It's Sarah calling from the Assembly meeting. We're just about ready to start the discussion direction item on Tract A11, Whitcomb Heights.
Okay.
So we just wanted to have you on the line, and then at the appropriate time, Mayor Eisenbaz will ask for your comments.
Okay. Do I need to turn the volume down on the, or can I turn it up while I listen and then turn it down when it's my turn to talk? Or
We can try it and see how it works.
okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're able to mute your line so that we don't get the feedback, it is a little bit delayed, so we're not getting a live feedback from you.
Okay. You can hear. I can hear everything that everybody's going to be saying, though. Still, right?
I believe so. If you can hear me now, then you'll hear everything as it goes.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Assembly members. Amy Ainsley, Planning Director.
1 second, please.
Oh, sure thing.
And if Assembly members are back, we do have the respondent and our staff contacts here, if you're ready. Mr. Mosier, if you're here, if you could just let me know.
Yep, I'm back.
Thank you. All right, it looks like we are up. Amy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on August 5th, the Assembly authorized an RFP for the sale of an approximately 4-acre
I'm sorry,
tract of
Amy.
land.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
I did
fine.
not announce this item to the
yep, go ahead.
public either. So, all right, so we're on to item H, which is a discussion direction decision on tract A11 of Whitcomb Heights subdivision RFP response. We're going to have a staff presentation tonight. We're going to hear from the respondent, and then the assembly is going to have a chance to deliberate as well. If a motion is made, there will be an opportunity for public comment at that point. Thank you for my interruption, Amy. And I swear the third time, the floor is yours.
No problem. I apologize for jumping the gun. So in August, again, the Assembly reviewed and authorized an RFP for the sale of the approximately 4-acre tract of land, which is known as Tract A11 of the Whitcomb Heights subdivision, also known as land on Kramer Avenue, also known as the Benchlands. So we're all talking about the same piece of property. The RFP was open from October 2nd through November 2nd for 30 days. And the RFP and the requirements that were in it were included in your packet. So I hope for those of you who were perhaps new to the RFP and were on the Assembly when that came through for review, you've had a chance to look through that. We received one response to the RFP from Pioneer Land Development LLC, also referred to as just Pioneer. And they were the original requester that initiated the effort behind the RFP. Consistent with their response to the Planning Commission and to the Assembly, their proposal was primarily centered around the southern 1 acre of land that they'd like to develop. Plans included 3 to 4 lots, although 3 were depicted in the site plan, with 1 lot to be built on, which the review team interpreted to mean that it would be retained by Pioneer or one of its affiliate members, with 2 to 3 lots offered for sale. The price that was offered for the land was $17,500 or 40 cents per square foot of the approximate 1 acre that they were interested in. The review team for this RFP comprised of planning, public works, and the electric department, and we felt unanimously that the response had not adequately met a few of the RFP requirements. First, we didn't find that Pioneer had a prior track record for this type of development, as it was going to be their first development as a corporation and as an organization. The dimensions of the site plan were not specified, and the number of lots to actually be created from the development was still indeterminate. And lastly, the housing types and affordability of the development were not addressed by the response. We asked for a mixture of housing types, the expected income of the buyers, and we didn't feel that that was information that was addressed in the RFP response. On the price, without an appraisal, it's really difficult to make a direct comparison on prices, but we tried as best as we could to find some other at least benchmarks to help us through. We were hoping that there would be multiple responses to the RFP to help establish more of a market price, but that didn't happen in this case. In any case, some of those comparisons that I provided for you in the staff memo are not close. They are not an appraisal, but they at least tried to give us some kind of benchmark to work towards. And again, the review team felt unanimously that the price was rather low. There was a letter that was sent to staff and to the Assembly from Pioneer, which talked a little bit more about their development costs and some of the reasoning behind perhaps the price offered and some of the indeterminate nature of the RFP response. This information was not included in the RFP and therefore wasn't a part of the evaluation made by the review team. The Assembly, in its decision to put the land out for RFP, wanted the opportunity to review and influence the end result and use of the land, and that was sort of why we went the RFP route rather than the direct just auction route. And with the price that was offered and the indeterminate nature of the development that was going to result, the review team just didn't feel that we had the information necessary to give a strong recommendation in favor of accepting this proposal. And we give you that recommendation with all due appreciation, respect for the time that Pioneer put into this RFP. We know it's not easy to go through this process and to be a part of a public process surrounding these types of business decisions. And so we really say this with a lot of respect for them, but ultimately we felt that we had a duty to give you the best recommendation we can based on the expertise that all of the different functions and departments brought to the table. Moving forward for plans with this land, we would suggest that there are a lot of other options if the Assembly is interested in continuing on a path of development. If we want to simply maximize return to the municipality for the land, we could put it out to auction and actually go through an appraisal process and establish a minimum bid that what we think is with a value that's going to be closer to market value. We could enter into a private-public partnership to work on a more focused, guaranteed outcome of an affordable housing development. There are a lot of other options on the table, but again, we just didn't feel as a review team that the proposal met the requirements of the RFP.
Thank you for your presentation. I believe it's Jill we have on the line from Pioneer. Jill, would you like an opportunity to speak to your your response?
Yes, can everybody hear me okay?
We can, yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this is Jill Herai representing Pioneer Land Development. I'd just like to say thanks to everybody for all your time this evening. I know it's getting kind of late, so I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. We just wanted to kind of state for the record that we respectfully disagree with the review team's assessment. From the first conversation that we had with planning, which was about 15 months ago, we've always had affordable housing as our primary objective. And the one lot that Amy was referring to that would be kept is not to be kept for Pioneer. The whole goal behind this initially has always been to provide affordable housing initially for a family member of mine who, anyway, there's a total lack of affordable housing, as you know, in this town, and this was our way of trying to secure something for him. Adding land that was primarily undevelopable, if not entirely undevelopable, only added to our burden of trying to keep this land usable and affordable. In order to obtain the goal of keeping affordable housing, we needed to be realistic with the cost that it takes to develop this land. In response to the first couple of items regarding not meeting criteria, we provided a plat showing driveways, lots, access roads, and utilities as a first draft concept in response to the RFP. A final subdivision plat or a PUD couldn't be provided until such time as topography and soil stability could be further analyzed, thus ensuring the viability of the lots and a realistic idea of how many affordable lots could be provided. This land has some steeper slopes, and rock wall requirements wouldn't be realistic for anything affordable. In addition, the requirement that we purchase that extra 3 acres outside of our originally proposed development zone actually hinders our original project plans, since access to those additional lots, if any, were even possible in the northern section, would cut through the developable property and thus eliminate at least one developable lot. Since it's worth noting that the proposal maintains much of the property as green space, it's environmentally prudent to preserve existing wetlands areas and environmentally sensitive areas, especially near a slide risk zone, as much as possible. That northernmost section of the northern section of that 3 acres that we don't think is usable is in a medium risk zone, and we wouldn't want to even touch that. Much consideration was spent preparing a cost analysis for the development cost of this parcel. This wasn't something we took lightly. The reality is that affordable housing begins with affordable property, and I find that the city's lack of consideration as to the development cost for this parcel was really disheartening, and I'd like to share some of our findings that support our price. The 3 lots that the landscape architect proposed on the old maps, which don't show the existing roads as is, were in the wetlands area of the tract. Mitigation of wetlands extends time and money into what would otherwise be completely undevelopable land. Utility installation in wetlands is extremely costly as well, and further research has shown that it's not even really feasible to put sewer in Kramer Avenue. The manhole depths would be way, way too deep, and that was something that the city actually decided against earlier. That makes the remaining 3 acres unattainable for most buyers. If you have to go through the wetlands and you can't put in the sewer, thus it remains too expensive for development. Please remember that our position has always been that the remaining 3 acres of property are of little to no value due to the inability to develop anything in that area affordably. We want to keep things as affordable as possible. That's our goal, is affordable housing. That being said, we did feel obligated to provide for the possibility of some future development on that portion, as per the city's insistence that we included in our proposal. It's not realistic that the city would propose private sale lots as a comparable for an undeveloped parcel of municipal land. Island properties were used in comparison were all waterfront. The fact that no city utilities run to the islands makes them more affordable, as it eliminates the need for development costs. These properties can be purchased and built on without installation of utilities or roadways or driveways. Owners don't have to bear the financial burden of developing those island parcels to meet city development standards. Jacobs Circle project on Kramer Avenue is actually pretty comparable to our proposal. Utilities exist in Jacobs Circle, and Jacobs Circle Road was already constructed. The subdivision and engineering had already taken place when those lots were marketed, and the as-built details show that there were utilities to the lot lines installed on those as per city code requires. Those costs were not addressed in the comparison. The total cost to develop approximately 40,000 square feet of Tract A11, which is about the square footage that we found to be developable, is approximately $195,000. This estimate is based on 3 lots of approximately 9,000 square feet net of any easements. If Pioneer were to make $0 profit, this amount equates to $7.22 a square foot. This is very comparable to the Jacobs Circle lots in 2011. It needs to be emphasized that when installing water, sewer, electrical mains, the pressure testing, chlorination, spec bedding, compaction lifts, restoration to existing road repair, and inspections really adds to the cost and is much higher than adding a typical service line to a stub out or property line. Other comparable examples used in the non-appraisal are also based on unreasonable comparisons and assumptions. These are all already subdivided parcels with no subdivision or surveying or engineering costs associated. Utilities for all these comparable lots are installed at least to the right-of-way, and installation of water and sewer mains were not a part of the purchase price for any of those lots. Manholes, driveways, curb cuts, curb stops, culverts, these are all already installed on all these properties, and some have utilities to the lot lines and or lots. Pioneer spent significant time pursuing cost analysis for this project, and while it's optional, I feel that the city's review warrants my explanation for all the development costs that were excluded from the city's review. As per my letter, the development total costs for 3 to 4 lots on the developable land will be between $180,000 and $208,000, and that doesn't include the cost to purchase the land or building pads on individual lots. Again, none of these costs reflect the development of the primarily undevelopable 3 acres, which would be significantly more expensive and thus drive the cost of any lot on it too high for what we're trying to achieve. And to touch on Dr. Ween's comments earlier, costs are increasing, and that increase continues to make affordable housing even further and further out of reach. I urge you to accept our proposal, and if you really want to affect housing concerns as listed in the City of Sitka's master plan, then this would be a start. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill, for your comments. Yeah, please.
Thanks. Amy, I have some questions for you just to help me kind of calculate this here. So the proposal price is in the package here, and I understand why it was a few months ago said to go forward with an RFP for the entire tract, because there's some, and I'm sorry, I don't understand the plot thing. I'm sure I'll mess that up, and you can correct me, please. But we talked about the costs associated with, they're explaining that a certain portion of this land is developable, and that's the portion that they were interested in. So if we were to just put the RFP aside for a moment and then say this one piece of land that they want, what would have to happen to basically sell that piece of property? Would we need to do any more exploratory work, like replotting? Are there costs associated with that? What would have to happen just to break that piece of property off and then put that up for sale?
Yeah, we could likely do that through a minor subdivision. So it's one lot that exists. We would be doing a minor subdivision to turn it into 2 lots. We would likely incur some surveying costs. I can't guess what they would be off the top of my head. I'm hesitant to ballpark it, but I would imagine in the $10,000 to $20,000 range, maybe. That is a total guess. But just ballpark area. There may be some engineering work that we might need to incur. This might be an area where we might need to get a drainage study and an engineered drainage report. So there could be some costs associated with that as well. But it's certainly within our process and something we're capable of doing.
Thanks.
Stephen, I have a
Yes, please, Tor.
question or two here. Yeah, I guess I wrote some notes while you were talking here is that I'm wondering if the fact that there was only one bid reflects the challenges of this land. I guess that was kind of, if Amy, if you feel that's legitimate to say, and then also kind of an overview both for the public and myself, what other lots or land do we have up in that area still?
So on your first question, I would love to talk to, the many people who downloaded the RFP and ultimately didn't submit a response. I'd be very curious to know what the issues might be. And so I can't really speculate if it was an issue with the land. It could also be a matter of timing as well. There may be companies that aren't looking to take this on right at the time. So perhaps this isn't the right time for the RFP and to really aggressively move forward on this land. So there's a lot of factors that I can't speculate too much on. In terms of the remaining municipal, there's quite a bit of remaining municipal land on the benchlands, and I'd be happy to send you some maps tomorrow that outline some of the lots that are still owned. But there are some lots still in Jacobs Circle that we own. There are a lot of the larger tracts that haven't yet been subdivided that are kind of in the midsection of between north and south. That's a part of the benchlands, and there's quite a bit of subdivided land on the north benchlands that are still in municipal ownership.
Yeah, and which kind of leads me to the point. I mean, I didn't know the exact details of what they have up there, but I knew we still had quite a bit. Which, I guess, to lead into this, I mean, to me, the reason why, first of all, it makes me more inclined to accept this, because kind of when you get things rolling, some of those other lots maybe seem a bit more attractive. The other thing is, the reason why we didn't want to subdivide it is we didn't want to do the surveying and things. And I find, yes, the rest of that lot is hard to develop, but if anybody's going to be motivated to do that, now they will, as situations change. And I think there's something to be said for getting something going and getting some houses up there, and leaving aside the affordable housing arguments. If we, as a landowner up there, if we can show that, yes, you can build up here, maybe we can move some of those other lots. So like I said, right now I'm very much leaning towards I would vote to approve this RFP.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please, Kevin Mosier.
I would agree with Tor. And in the interest of moving this along, just to kind of getting up or down, perhaps we should make a motion at this time. Or I think I'm just going to go ahead and do that unless someone has an objection, process-wise.
I wouldn't mind hearing the other people's comments first in this discussion direction. I obviously can't stop you from making a motion, but if we could hear everyone's comments and then, yeah, and then I'll come back to you. Thank you. Rebecca, your hand looks bigger in the screen.
I feel a little flat-footed in this, coming in partway through the process, and there was a lot to read in this. And so I'm going to apologize if my question is answered in the documents. But I think my question is for Amy on the RFP response on item 9. I'm looking at timetables, so and I'm going to confess I'm a little bit confused. So there's one house planned, but room for 3 or 4. So I guess the question is, it says the timetable, the anticipated development will occur within the first 2 years of acquisition of property. Is that for one house, or is that for 3 or 4?
My understanding from reading the RFP response was that the 3 or 4 lots total that will result from Pioneer's proposal would be ready for market within 2 years. If I'm incorrect, if Jill wants to correct me, but that's the way that the review team read the proposal.
Yeah, sorry, I don't even know. Can I just chime in, or?
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, this is Jill again. Yeah, in the city's RFP, it was stated that they wanted the time frame to be 2 to 5 years, I believe, and that would be our goal for getting all of those lots developable. Now, like I said, our main goal in this has always been from the beginning to maintain one lot or sell one lot for to my father so that he can build a small 500 to 900 square foot home on it. The other properties would be marketed to sale for sale at an affordable price is the goal.
Rebecca, did you have any further on that? I want to make sure your comments were done. Okay, thank you. Kevin Knox?
So yeah, with property sales, we're often faced with the fact that we're trying to get land out there available for development, and then also under the tax rolls so that it's not just sitting and not producing anything for the city of Sitka. I think it's oftentimes a difficult position for us to have to weigh whether a price is reasonable or under, maybe slightly under market value in order to accomplish that goal, or to to act in the market and as a lot of people like to say, get government to act more like a business, and do what's best for the people as a whole. So this is it's always a difficult decision to have to make. I think I have a question that I would like to hear from the respondent about. Jill, if you wouldn't mind. Affordable housing it's an enormous issue, obviously, and it's also a very hard one for us to wrap our heads around and grapple with, because it isn't very well defined, because it changes depending on who you are, where you are, and the time that you're trying to address it. So does Pioneer have a model that you're trying to address, or I guess a spread of numbers that you're really trying to target to be affordable? So in your mind, what is affordable? And also, I guess not knowing what might get put on there, because if you're going to put them out on the market, you don't know exactly what somebody is going to build. What kind of guarantees are there that we're going to be able to realize some affordable housing in these spots?
Yeah, I think I get the question. It's kind of hard to hear the Zoom talkers, but I think that was just a question on how are we going to make it affordable? Is that right?
How do you define affordable? Like, some people would say affordable is a lot for under $50,000. I don't think that's probably very attainable for your model at this point, but
right. And yeah, it wouldn't be. And I think that word, I agree, that word affordable gets thrown around, and it has a lot of different meanings for different people. And I think there's still a big difference between low income and affordable. And we can't provide low-income housing. That wouldn't be realistic with development costs being what they are. Our goal would be to be able to sell the lots at, say, originally, before we kind of crunched numbers, we were throwing out if we could provide a lot for, say, $70,000, that would be, in my opinion, an affordable lot. Somebody still has to go on and, put in a building pad, and they still have to put in their utilities to their lot, which adds, another $30,000. All said and done, you're still looking at $100,000. That's a lot. but after we put these numbers together, even at the low price that we offered for the land, we're still looking at probably at least 80 per lot. And if we could maybe squeeze 4 lots into there, we could get that price down a little more, maybe. Like I said, if we didn't have to worry about the 3 acres that we don't really think is going to work out anyway, we could put 4, maybe even 5 lots on there. But we don't really know that until we know whether or not we're going to be forced to try to do something with that 3 acres. So we kind of wanted to be able to provide for that just in case that was going to be something that we would be forced to look into. But it kind of takes away from the whole affordability of everything else. So I don't know if that helps answer your question at all, but that's been our goal the whole time.
Yeah, and like you said, it's a difficult issue to have to grapple with and wrap our heads around and really come to a unified definition on. I think it would be, if you're able to provide lots that it would only cost $30,000 to have pad ready, that would be amazing. Most of the time, from what I understand, pad prep is, it's a $50,000 outlay at the very minimum. So
yeah,
I'm hopeful for sure, but.
I mean, I do have to say that, and like I said, and I think Amy alluded to, we've been looking at the property and researching the property and looking into all the details of it for about 15 to 18 months now. So, we were still kind of surprised when we got all the development numbers. We talked to multiple contractors and got, numbers on that development of those first 3 lots. And it's crazy expensive. And rock is really expensive, and putting in the utilities is really expensive. And then, there's no utilities in Kramer Avenue right now. We have to put in all those mains, and those numbers add up. So even now, with all of that information, it's not going to be able to be as affordable as I want it to be, and that's just being realistic. But that's just, I don't know how else. I mean, I can't decrease the cost of rock around here right now, and I can't, decrease the shipping costs to get all the culverts up here or the manholes, and and that stuff's only going up. So it's not going to get any better.
Anybody else from the assembly wish to weigh in? Brian, I did have one question for you, and that comes with, I don't know if performance after the sale. Is there any way for the municipality to guarantee performance after the sale? And the reason that I'm concerned about this in this issue is that if we are selling land for what appears to be a substandard price in exchange for a specific condition, in this instance, development of more affordable lots, can we ensure that, or once it's sold, it's sold?
I think, I think there are ways to put development restrictions on it to how it is developed. So like we did that when we sold other property up at the Kramer Avenue. We put development restrictions on it. So when it gets developed, it has to have certain requirements on it. So there are ways. I'd have to know specifics though to fully answer that question.
Agreed. I just want to make sure that we're not being, and Jill, forgive me, I'm not accusing you of selling us a script and then doing something else. But I just want to make sure that when we're given an outline and a project and a goal, that we, that every party comes to the table and fulfills their what they said they were going to do on that, because I think that's a fair exchange for the citizens of Sitka giving up some of their land for a development there. And then Jill, I did have a question for you, and it goes back to one of the RFP issues that city staff brought up, but didn't seem to be a huge point of concern to me, and that's the first development, that this is Pioneer's first development that they've been working on. You know, everybody has to start somewhere, and I do thank Pioneer for looking into Sitka and wanting to help out Sitkans. But just wondering, where does Pioneer go from here? Because you've talked about making some profit, you've been talking about getting some family land. So where do you go from here? Do you become a affordable lot developer, or is this the only project that Pioneer intends to pursue?
I think that depends on how it goes in the end, you know, if it goes through, and availability of land, of course. I know that the city does have more land on Creamer Avenue, but you know, development costs and utilities are a huge factor there. And like I said, there's no utilities in Creamer Avenue right now. The spot that we're talking about is of interest to us because there are utilities close, but they're still 300 plus feet away, which, you know, is pretty close relatively speaking. But I think there would be a possibility for that for sure. And if this went really well and we were able to accomplish our goal of, you know, providing affordable land and then being able to, say, make enough off of that to invest in another project, that would be a possibility for sure. And I just wanted to say too that I respect that you asked Brian about that, because our intent would always be to work with the city, and I've had those thoughts in the past myself with projects that the city has put out for bid. You know, why don't we work together more with the developers on what's going to be feasible up there? And I think that's a really good idea, actually.
Is it okay if I put a motion on the table so we have something to talk about?
Yeah, Mr. Mosier had wanted to make one, and I cut him off there.
No, that's fine, Tor, go for it.
I move to accept the RFP response from Pioneer Land Development, LLC.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to accept the RFP from Pioneer. Is there any public comment? It's a real full room. You got to fight your way up tonight.
Good evening, Richard Wien, C'est Devant Assembly. Tor asks a very good question. If only one bid reflects the challenge of the land, I would like to posit that it wasn't the challenge of the land, but rather the challenge of the RFP. For those people who read it, look, the RFP was the challenge in how to complete these things. That is certainly one aspect. But I do have to say that to me, a lot of these questions should not even have to be asked. And the reason is that, one, if the city comes out and actually maps out landslide risk, it would perhaps take some of these properties off the market, which was kind of insinuated here. And the other thing is that I don't see a fiscal note either from the city, meaning estimated, okay, they have 4 lots, possibly this will be spent, this is the amount of money we will earn, what will, if they put this kind of house on here, what is to the city's advantage when you have, you know, sell land for $17,000? When is your return on investment? As far as $17,000, just look at basic lots around the city. And I know the ones that the city mentioned in their packet, you know, I'm telling you, I've seen lots, just take a ride around Alice Island. I saw an incredible number of lots at hundreds of thousands of dollars, and, you know, for very tiny lots. Bottom line is, I think there's an answer, and the answer is, if this is 4 acres and somebody out there would like 4 acres, even if they couldn't develop it on it, because it's just a nice ramble area, having 4 acres of continuous property. And so my notion is, and it was one of the recommendations that Amy made, was to just put it out to auction with a reserve, a real reserve. And then the owner can develop as they feel fit. Meaning you can you can throw away the affordable and maybe build something that you can maybe make money on. I think though I appreciate the concept in looking and hearing and reading these things, I don't see affordable written here anyway, where they would walk away with any kind of money. And I would love them to be successful. I read their CVs. They seem like very talented individual, and they deserve to make the money. But the city can't give away this land. Sell it, $250,000, $350,000, and winner takes all. Let them develop, as it were. If they don't sell it, well, God will take care of the trees and water them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Any further comments on the motion? All right, back to the assembly for deliberation on the motion. Mr. Knox?
This is a question for Brian, I guess. If we accept this, the respondent's proposal, does it not deviate then from the actual RFP? Because they're actually only taking a smaller piece of the property that was originally in the RFP. I'm concerned that if we're dividing it down, somebody could come forward and say, well, hold on, if we would have known it was only that piece, we would have bid on it.
This is the entire piece.
The respondent doesn't want the entire piece.
They're getting it.
Yes, Mr. Knox, it is my understanding that the RFP is for the entire chunk.
That's my understanding too.
Okay, I guess I was confused then about, if the respondent is asking for if this is the development or the price for the entire piece, but then are we going to put any stipulations on, then you must utilize and develop the entire piece of property?
Tor?
Yeah, I see this as, like, say, first of all, I don't think 17,000, considering the development cost, is that big of a deal. I mean, these guys obviously want to build houses, and that's what we want, and we don't really want it to be a walking park. And part of the reason I felt it was a good idea to have the entire parcel in the RFP is so that we didn't have to mess with it. If it costs $10,000 to subdivide it so we don't sell it, it's not our problem anymore. And I like the idea of somebody having a vested interest in figuring out a way to develop it. But if they don't, we're not out anything. But I think that this is a good faith effort. And by the time, like they talked about, if they're looking at $70,000, which I think is probably fairly optimistic, per lot, by the time they're done, the cost of the lot's probably the smallest single part of that. And if they manage to build 4 or 5 lots and eventually get houses built on them, they're going to have a market value, if a tiny house, somewhere between $250,000 and $400,000, and we will get the entire purchase price back every year in property tax, and then some. And I think, again, our goals, we get property tax. Unlike if I was just selling this personally, once I sold it, I wouldn't get anything else from it. But we get multiple things. We get property tax back, and we get utilities that help defray the costs for everybody else. We get people building houses, which are jobs. We have goals that are not the same as a private seller. And so I don't have a problem giving them it for this price. I don't really think it's a low ball considering the development cost of the lot. Thank you.
Mr. Mosier, didn't want to skip over you if you had anything.
No, I think Tor hit on kind of everything I was going to say. You know, we're in really tough times. We have people willing to put something into it. And the high development costs, and yeah, we are in a way taking a chance, but I don't see anyone else trying to do it. And let's put on tax rolls, and then there's also the construction costs that they're going to be putting and buying supplies here. I think it's worth doing. I don't see anybody else knocking at the door ready to pay high prices for that. And don't know that we want to do this with all of our property, but right now during these times, the specific time, I think it's a good point. I agree with everything Chris said. Thank you.
Rebecca?
I'm still really struggling with this. I struggle to not accept staff recommendations. They know a lot more than I do about these things. There's a line in here that I keep going back to. I'm not even sure which document I'm looking at. It's whatever we got from staff. Contrary to statements made in Pioneer's response stating that the remaining land in question was not intended for development, previous land planning efforts, which were included as an attachment to the RFP, had identified that the area could be suitable for single-family lots or perhaps sites for manufactured homes. This is where I feel like I'm outside my knowledge base. I don't want to, I mean, I agree with everything Tor's saying. We gain a lot when we can dispose of city lands and start, you know, incorporating them into the tax base.
That document is incorrect.
That said, we can't just be giving away city land. On the other hand, I really, really, really want to support this group getting started and doing good things with the land. But so I was looking at staff recommendation was to reject the response, and they give some options of what we could do. Rather than accepting this tonight, we could auction the land, seek a public-private partnership. And here's where I'm feeling a little bit lost in this as well. And maybe someone from staff can guide me. I don't know the overall plan for the benchlands. Like, that's a property that the city has had for a long, long time. And there must be a guiding document somewhere. And I'm sorry, I haven't dug around to find it. But Amy, can you tell me, is there some place that I could be looking to learn more about the buildability of this?
So your question is a poignant one, and I think a lot of us in the room have the same question. After the slides in 2015, I think that previous planning efforts around the benchlands essentially kind of stalled, and everyone had to reevaluate what we think the development future of that area is. And so there are previous master planning efforts, but I don't know how they overlay with the landslide risk studies that we have commissioned for that specific area, and with what the development picture for Sitka looks like now. So to answer your question, yes, there are some older documents that do speak to the overall development strategy for the area, but they have not been refreshed for current conditions.
Then may I continue, Mayor Eisenberg?
Yes, please, you have the floor.
Okay, so then I'm really confounded right now because I feel like we've got the cart in front of the horse. I also want to see things happening, obviously, for affordable housing, obviously to increase our tax base. I don't want to be a barrier, but I don't feel like I'm operating with full information. I'm sorry, Amy, maybe it's just late at night. Remind me why this RFP was issued. What was the force driving us on this parcel?
Yes, so I'll back up by saying is that I completely understand, you know, you're kind of coming into it partway through when the RFP was already out, but I think that your questions speak to, again, the overall lack of a development plan for the Benchlands. This is something that we've talked about for the last couple of years. And again, was just, things changed a lot for that area and for the picture of what that area could be since 2015. So we don't have a disposal plan for the area. Right now, the reason that this request came before the Assembly and before the Planning Commission is because Pioneer Land Development was interested in this land. They went through the area, they scoped out available municipal lands. They felt like this was a good opportunity for them, so they approached the city and we initiated the land sale request. It had to go through RFP because we have to competitively bid all sales of municipal land. So that's kind of why we're here. It was a single organization that initiated the request, and then we followed through with that.
And so that followed the usual process where every developer who might want to work on this was aware of it. The open period for it was standard. Like, I'm still kind of confounded by why there was only one developer, and that is pushing me towards Tor's position. And yet, I feel like this is really a low price for land in Sitka. So,
to the best of my knowledge, this followed.
Documents, but we don't seem to have those. So, I just want to confirm that the RFP process was sound.
To the best of my knowledge and ability, the RFP process followed the standard process, as did the sale process for what we would normally do for a request for sale of municipal land.
Thanks.
So that doesn't go through a commission, then come up to the Assembly level?
It did go through the. I apologize, Ms. Duncan, with Zoom. I'm sorry if I cut you off. This did go through the Planning Commission first, and they received a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission, and then it came to the Assembly.
To put it out as an RFP to see who would bid on it, correct?
Actually, the Planning Commission's recommendation was to put it out to bid, just as in terms of a simple auction. They thought that would be a simpler process, and it was the Assembly's decision to put it out to RFP instead.
Okay. And then I guess when I was looking at the recommendations, it felt like you should reject it, and then you could do any of these three things. We don't really have a next step though, do we? Do you guys take a position or provide that kind of guidance on what our next steps would be if we rejected this?
I would say we could have a whole separate discussion. We could probably even have a series of special meetings about planning and more planning for the Benchlands area and what this body's vision is for that area. So I don't have a particular recommendation on what the best step forward or the next step forward for you should be. I just wanted to lay out, sometimes it can kind of feel when we're making a decision that if we don't make this decision, we have no decisions left to make. So I just wanted to provide not an exhaustive list, but I felt like at least a list that covered a couple of different routes that the body could choose to take.
Rebecca?
I'm sorry to ask for the floor again. I would be much more comfortable with an auction, and what I don't like is delaying Pioneer and seeing all the work that they've put in. But I really would feel more comfortable with an auction, and so I'm. Oh man, I hate saying this, but I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Tor.
Yeah, I just think we need to take into account that, like I say, Pioneer's been working on this now, they said 15 months plus, 18 months, something like that. And we have somebody willing to get out there and move dirt and build houses. If we continue to go through the series of meetings and put it back out, first of all, the chances of us getting much more, if any, are fairly slim because the development costs don't change. In fact, there's a very high probability that we will wind up having to subdivide it and pay the money to pay for the subdivision and wind up netting even less. And there's also, I think, a risk eventually of Pioneer saying, okay, it's just not worth it. I mean, people constantly complain that it's so hard to do business with the city, and this is a perfect example. I mean, I understand that, but I really believe that we need to take advantage of the fact that we get somebody here, and frankly, if we have somebody else come up and say, hey, I'm interested, there's a fair amount of other land up there. So, sorry.
Kevin Knox, you had something?
Yeah, I still feel stuck in this quagmire. Are we getting as much value for the community as we possibly can, yet trying to figure out how do we find value within our community for the issue that we have in front of us with affordable housing. I guess the one piece that I'm still kind of stuck on is how do we guarantee that this remains part of the venture here? How do we guarantee that we are able to realize and that Pioneer is able to realize that same goal, I guess. I mean, I just have this fear of us putting this out there at the price that it's being listed at, or the offer is for, and then the development starts going in and it starts to look really attractive, and somebody comes along and says, hey, you know what, that land is worth a lot more than you're going to turn around and offer it for, and I'm going to give you this much more, and puts it out of that affordability realm. And how would Pioneer say no to that? And then it turns around, and of course the hindsight piece within the community, they look at us and say, whoa, you just gave it away for a song, and now it's being sold for quite a bit more. I don't know how to reconcile that.
Rebecca.
Sorry, I have one more question for Amy. I think you are just deeply familiar with these documents, and I feel like I'm trying to take in a lot of information. Is there anything in the RFP or is there anything binding that Pioneer doesn't just get this land for an incredibly low price, build one structure, because I know the development costs are high, but if they get this large parcel for a really low price, they could build on it and not do anything more with it. Obviously, the incentive is there to build more or to sell other lots because they could make more money. On the other hand, they've put in the money they intended to have a really nice big park space around their one structure. So is there something here that I just haven't seen that requires them to develop the other parts of the lot?
So I don't think that would be handled or addressed directly through the RFP, but more likely through the sales agreement. I think, and that's kind of what the question that came to Brian earlier was about, is if we want to see a particular time frame or a particular usage of the lot, or perhaps say a minimum number of lots to result within a particular time frame. Those are all performance guarantees that should be included in a sales agreement. So to answer your question, the RFP on its own does not do that, but there are mechanisms to do the types of things that you are looking for.
And who governs that sales agreement? Is it the assembly or planning, or?
Ultimately, it's approved by the assembly. So it would be drafted with direction from the assembly and reviewed and negotiated between the city and the buyer or the developer in this case, which would be Pioneer, and that would be brought back to the assembly for review and approval.
Thank you.
So when they say, oh, sorry.
Yes, please.
When they say anywhere from 3 to 4 lots will be their goal, they also said that they might need to potentially get in there to try to figure out whether it's 3 or 4. That will be fleshed out before the sales agreement is in place, and then it could be specific as to how many lots would be on there.
I think that highly depends on the timing and the structure of this, again, of the sales agreement, because and this is, and not to kind of harken back to earlier statements, but this was kind of part of the concern that the review team had with the response, is that we didn't have a lot of certainty, and we're still hearing from the proposer that they want to, kind of get on the ground and see what's feasible. So it's very difficult at this point right now to know exactly how many lots are going to result from this proposal. Again, we can try and include some of those things during the sales agreement and the negotiation of the sales agreement.
Is there any?
So Amy, just on the process, if we approve the RFP, so then we would have a sales agreement. Is that correct or no?
Correct.
So we can put in guarantees. The final approval is not tonight. If we approve the RFP, then we have to approve the sales agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Any further questions, comments from the assembly on this motion? Yes, please, Rebecca.
I'm really sorry to take up so much time. I don't know how else to state this without sounding just a little bit snarky, but I need documents that guide me in decisions like this, and I don't feel like I have that right now. I feel like I'm about to make a decision without the information I need, and I'm just going to put that out to the universe that I am very uncomfortable, especially because I agree with what Tor's saying, but I also agree with what staff is saying. And so again, I'm on the fence about what to do here, and I don't want to tell Pioneer all that work is for nothing. On the other hand, I really feel like an auction would be a better process. And so, and without underlying documents that guide me in the decision, I am going to err on what I consider to be the side of caution. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have another final comment.
Yes, please.
So I want to reemphasize that when we approve this RFP, this is just to begin the negotiation for the sales agreement. We're not locking ourselves into anything. And I know this is kind of made some points in that, we're always waiting for these perfect situations. Well, they don't exist. And so, yes, this is an imperfect thing. I know people are going to say, well, you're just giving the land away for free, but we're not. They have to, the development costs are high. They are taking risks because they don't even know exactly what they're getting into. Development costs are an estimate. And you have a group of people that are willing to put investment into this town. It's approving that RFP is not locking this in. It's committing us to try to negotiate something. So I think it's worth taking a chance. And Rebecca, you've said a couple times you're in favor of an auction. I'm not really sure what you mean by an auction as far as, I know what an auction is, but I haven't heard us as a city performing auctions of land in this way. So as far as I'm understanding, the RFP is kind of an auction in a certain way because we put out certain metrics and people bid on it, and we only get one bid. So my recommendation would be to approve this RFP. Thank you.
Any other last comments? Go ahead, Crystal, please.
I think I wanted to pull Amy back into that because that was one of the options that you listed as far as the potential of what we could do, right? You didn't say, let's put it back out for bid. You said there's the potential to do an auction. Are those being used simultaneously?
So for clarification, there is a difference between the sale of land through auction versus an RFP. Both are competitive processes, and that's, I think, why when we use the term put it out to bid, and often we are referring to putting something out for RFP. So I think that those terms kind of get a little bit confusing and get interchanged. But there is a difference between an auction, which is, we're not looking for the set requirements that, you shall provide the type of development that you're going to do and your plans and your qualifications. It's just a very simple, here's our reserve price, or we make that public or don't. And we say, give us your best and final dollar amount. So it's much more just value driven, whereas an RFP is aiming towards particular outcome, or at least wanting to give the ability for us to seek more information from potential buyers to then evaluate those proposals. So they are different processes, but both meet the competitive bid requirement that we have for sale of municipal land.
Thank you. And just to kind of follow up on what Rebecca said, so I know that you guys have gone through this process, and I'm speaking to my fellow assembly members, and that it feels like it's kind of drawn out, but I'm in the same boat as Rebecca. I read through the documents, and you know, of course, staff was the guiding factor there, but it sounds like other members have been through the planning process, and they remember when it came before the assembly. So I feel like I'm trying to make a decision here, and I think I'm with Rebecca. If I have to vote on it tonight, I know you guys brought it here, and you said you can make a decision, you can have a discussion. We're trying to figure out what the next steps are. I feel like I read through it and I thought I had the meat of it, but then I come here and there are a lot of questions that are coming out on the table too, and trying to get that clarification. And so I don't know if there are other options. I just want to put that out there though, because I think Rebecca and I are coming from the same place, because we're just so new to this process. We're coming in midway through. So I just want to follow up on what she was saying and state that I kind of feel that way too. And so I read it and I read it again, and I think I understand, and I really appreciate Jill providing all of the clarification and the points and the email follow-ups. That was great. It's just a little bit confusing, and maybe it is because it's also 10:14 at night. So I appreciate you guys bearing with us.
Anything further? Go ahead, Mr. Mosier.
Oh, I guess I'll just kind of speak a little bit into what Crystal just said. I understand because you're just starting and you're getting into this, and it's, when you haven't been doing it for very long, it's hard to make a decision like this. My perspective in my 2 years only is that, like we're saying, well, let's wait and let's do this and let's maybe go out and see what else. It just seems like, from a practical sense, once you start doing these things and start having all these meetings, if there's no one else really interested in the first place, I don't think it's, from a practical sense, it's really going to work out anyways. And then the end effect is we're just going to discourage an interested, group of people that have put time and money into something. That's what my perspective is as far as understanding the process. That's all. That's my final comment.
Question?
Yes, please, Rebecca.
Sorry, Tor, one last thing. Again, I'm going to just say there are 3 staff people recommending no on this, and I have a hard time in a place of uncertainty taking big risks, and I feel like following staff on this is what I have to do. That's my final comment. Thank you.
Anything further from the assembly? All right, thank you. Sarah?
Okay, the motion before you is to accept the RFP response from Pioneer Land Development, LLC. Mayor Eisenbeis?
No.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Mr. Knox?
No.
Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
No.
Ms. Himshoot?
No.
Okay, the motion fails 2-4.
Thank you for your perseverance with us tonight, Jill, and we thank you for your participation in the meeting.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
So that will bring us on to item I. I'd like to remind the assembly that we only have 15 minutes left unless we extend the meeting. Sarah will be watching the clock here, so if I need to interrupt this item for a motion to extend, we may have to do that. So item I, please.
I move to approve resolution 2020-31 on first and final reading, extending resolution number 2020-05, which continues the declaration by the municipal administrator of a local disaster emergency in response to COVID-19 and a request for state and federal assistance.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to extend our disaster resolution. Is there any public comment? Good evening.
Good evening, Richard Ween. This is a good idea because one of the bases for this in the emergency declaration is because it allows us possibilities for financial opportunities which may not be available to the city if we didn't have such a declaration. But I'd like to read a section of this just to remind you of what this is. The municipal administrator is hereby authorized and directed to issue and implement any orders necessary to prevent the transmission of infectious disease and to take measures to ensure that all cases of contagious disease are subject to proper control and treatment. That's a mighty big statement, and God bless him, because I think very few people actually know what the issues and the ability to implement these types of orders. I think that if I asked the assembly at this moment, and everybody can raise their hand, you don't have to say anything, is what is the sugar moiety on the COVID virus, which is the most basic thing, I don't know how many people could even answer that. But the important thing is, this is important, but Mr. Leach has a sacred responsibility with this. So I wish him very good luck, and vote for it.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no further public comment, assembly deliberation. Go ahead, please.
I just want to clarify the dates in here. An important thing to point out is this, again, is to mainly open up the funding avenues for any FEMA assistance that may be available. Also, this is structured to go through to the end of the fiscal year, since we have an appropriation for emergency funding, or until the state or the federal government says that there is no longer an emergency, whichever one occurs first. And as it stands, the governor issued a 30-day extension on his emergency declaration that I think expires December 15th. So that's our next stop date unless he extends the emergency declaration.
Thank you for those clarifying points. Nothing else from the assembly? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to approve resolution 2020-31 on first and final reading, Mr. Knox?
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis?
Yes.
Ms. Himshoot?
Yes.
Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
And Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0.
Moves us on to item J, an update and discussion on CARES Act working group progress. And John, you've got about 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll make it quick. I'm not going to go through category by category this time because I'll just address the changes. So very quickly, I've got an update on the Phase 2 business and nonprofit grants. So a few meetings ago, I said I thought we got it right, and we were right within our budget. But as we've started to go through all the applications, we're finding out what people are eligible for. And believe it or not, the amount is actually going up. But right now, we have 173 for-profit business applications. So far, 14 of them have been deemed ineligible. So that leaves 159 of them that are eligible. The review's done on about 106 of them. There's still a handful more to go. And that equals, right now, $3.6 million in requests. And then we also have the nonprofit applications that the asks came to about $480,000. So we're looking at about $4 million in requests with a $3 million budget. But we put in the original application, as was common with some of the other communities, that we retained the right to scale the grants accordingly to make sure we stay within that budget. So as our grant analyst is working through these, he's basically sending a message that says he's finished his review and it shows that they are eligible for X dollars, but please note that this amount may be reduced due to the amount of requests we have in the budget we have available. Moving on from there, Alaska Housing Finance, I checked this morning, we had 326 applications. So I don't have a dollar amount behind that yet, but that program is still active. And just a few days ago, we issued a sub-recipient agreement to STA, basically an extension of the food program, but we identified $50,000 of the homeless support remaining. We're still waiting on a signed sub-recipient agreement back from that one, but yeah, the plan is for that $50,000 to go for homeless support. And those are the only updates I have right now. I'm open to any questions for the last few minutes here.
The Assembly have any questions on this update? There is a slot for public comment on the CARES Act update if anyone from the public would like to comment on this evening. I'll look one way since there's there are two people in the audience. Moving on to persons to be heard. This is for any item not on tonight's agenda. And I made sure you had your 3 minutes.
Richard Ween. An important thing to note is that when you put something in an ordinance, that is the intent, because that becomes the law. And so it's not whether you have a regret or something else, but once it's in there and it's a line item, that is your intent. So as we all know, the way to hell is paved with good intentions. So remember, when you put something in an ordinance, you mean it, and that people can get fined for it. The important thing is, I think that Ms. Himshoot actually was kind of like picking at the core of the Pioneer deal because, and here's the legality of it. Do you imagine that if the city is not building on this land and is not sure what to do with this land, and there is a landslide question, etc., what does that say for any future builders? And so I think the actual, and also if you sell it for $17,000, if you looked at the land plat there, why couldn't anybody else say, well, I want that land for that lot for $17,000 as well? So there's precedent. So where I think the important thing is that the city needs to decide what they want to do with the bench lands. Is it safe to build on the bench lands? What is the landslide risk on the bench lands? And then, if you answer those questions, you really have the ability for a pioneer to really strike out and do well. But I think it bodes ill when the city can't decide as to what it wants to do with major property. And this is cart before horse. So let's let the city get those questions answered, and then maybe Pioneer will have a better concept about what's going on, but also maybe some other people will. So I will leave it at that, and it's getting late, and I anxiously await to hear everyone's reports. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing how there is now no one left, and Sarah's looking at me because we have 4 minutes remaining in the meeting. As far as reports, I will delay my report until the next meeting. John?
I'll be quick. I do have some important things. So first, I won't hit this for too long. I just want to thank the businesses that have been cooperating thus far with the COVID mitigation efforts. I know the mayor mentioned that already, so I'll just leave it at that in the interest of time. In the EOC, we've discussed the vaccination update, so there is a potential that we'll be receiving vaccinations possibly in mid-December, so we're working with the people that are authorized as a point of distribution, I believe is what it stands for. So we'll go through that three-phased distribution of the vaccine when it's available. I have a letter that I emailed to you. I didn't make it for this packet for correspondence, but I sent a letter to the delegation, and I've gotten some questions back from the governor's office and from Congressman Young's office about the Coast Guard FRC's sighting here and the timeline on that. So they are asking questions, and as far as I know, and the word I've gotten back from the Coast Guard is they are still moving forward with those FRCs coming to both Sitka and Seward. So I'm trying to nail down that timeline. And finally, again, I apologize for taking so long here. COVID conscious business program. You're going to see that coming out soon. Some other cities have done it. We've discussed it in the EOC. Tomorrow we'll hit it hard and start talking about how we're going to push this out, but we're going to try to get our businesses in town to work through a certification process to where they can be certified as COVID conscious, and then we will put them on our website so people will know where to go and patronize businesses that are following good mitigation efforts. So that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
And then I'll ask the Assembly, we don't have time for any other reports. If the Assembly is interested in hearing the rest of the reports, it'd be a motion to extend the meeting for another 15 minutes or so. If not, we will adjourn in 2 minutes.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn, which is a privileged motion and can take precedent over what's on the floor. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you for your perseverance tonight, Assembly. We are adjourned. Sorry, Sarah.